All right, so we're back live, and hello, chat. It's me again, just me on my own, and yeah. So yesterday, Phil dropped you a message. So apparently, he's gone again. So I gotta show receipts. I gotta. Okay, give me a moment. Where is it? Mm, Okay. So yeah, I hope everyone's doing okay. So okay, so yeah, so Phil dropped me a message yesterday, so I have to go do the stream again today on my own. So if the chat is asking, tell them that me and Blair White are arguing about my alleged affair with a gorilla named Harambe. So things got more complicated, and I gotta do what I gotta do. The show must go on. So yeah, I'll leave this as evidence. So yeah, I I don't think I'll be reaching 4 hours today because honestly, there's I don't know. I could be wrong. I keep saying that every stream on my own, but I always end up reaching 4 hours anyway. So yeah, let me read the chat for a while before we get started. So yeah, hope everybody's doing well. So Gary, oh hey Gary, yeah, quality stream then. Okay, I will. You guys be the judge of that because for me it's always better if it's just the two of us because like Phil's more of the life when it comes to these live streams. He has more energy than I do. And hi, Kevin the Tech. Been getting through Neo 3. What have I been playing? I've been playing Dragon Quest 7, even though I just dropped my review on this channel like today. It was supposed to come out tomorrow, but I scheduled it incorrectly. So it's out now for everyone to see. So I'll be waiting for right now I'm playing more Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined. It's like I'm already at the strongest post-game boss. I'm waiting for what's the game? Tales of Berseria. Tales of Berseria, which comes out next week. So that's the game I'll be covering next. So in the meantime, I'm just playing more Dragon Quest 7. So making the most out of the money I spent for it. But yeah, but I'm also I set up a poll here in this channel too, where apparently Crimson Desert is a really, really anticipated game. So it only reached my radar recently because all the while I thought it's an MMO. I thought Crimson Desert was like another Black Desert, but like a sequel. But apparently, it's a single player game. So I started paying more attention to it. All the while, I thought it was an MMO. Maybe I was mistaken or I got confused somewhere along the way. But Crimson Desert is a single player game, so I think I might do that one first before Monster Hunter 3. But yeah, hope you're doing okay. But I've heard good things about Neo 3, and I a lot of people are saying it's really good, and it's a lot easier too compared to 1 and 2. So we need to be happy for Phil giving into Sausage Man stuff. That's probably true. At least he's happy, you know. But it turns out, you know, he's having an affair right now, and Blair White is not happy. Okay. Late and Beardo, very sad. Okay, yeah, I was setting up my the tabs because like I saw some stuff that you know I didn't want to dox myself, so I had to make sure. That's why I was a little late. King of the stream for today and for last week. I'm not sure for next week. Something might come up again with Phil's affair. Alone again, naturally. Yeah, yeah. It's like I'm starting to get kind of used to live streaming alone again. So I don't know, chat. I'm really considering doing my own personal live streams again. You know, probably not as structured or as well paced as the way I plan it out here, but the way Phil does it in his personal channel, like I watch a video here and there, I play a video game. Maybe I might do that again in my second channel. I'm thinking of doing it again. Writing solo, yeah. Hi, Giggity. Yeah, it's Phil's been really busy of late, so here's the receipt in the screen. So it's not me. I didn't make stuff up from the words from the man himself. So yeah. Yeah, for all I know, hi, Mr. Milktoast. For all I know, he's in Thailand getting a surgery. That's failure behavior. I mean, he's an adult. Let him do what he wants. So I'm not gonna judge. No food file, none today, unfortunately. Sayonara, not today. It ain't being it ain't easy being cheesy for Phil. Yep, that's true. What a liar, Harambe, no home record. Okay, Phil might know something better than that. We'll ask him next week. Grae has things to say. 4 hours is yeah. It's just I think it's because of you guys that I read the chat and I tend to respond, and my response is often like very long. So I think that's the reason why it reaches 4 hours. Plus, I I don't know, chat. I feel like I don't want to be like reading articles, at least not the entire thing whenever I'm doing this, because I feel like it's boring compared to like just watching someone's videos. I'll just give credit to them. I know it seems like a bit more lazy, but I feel like it's more entertaining when it comes to pacing. At least if I'm watching YouTube videos, it's more entertaining when someone's, better edited, better articulated, better scripted, and like a YouTube video better brings out more details about an article than I just chime in, and or some things that I don't think about an article, but the YouTuber brings it up. That's why I prefer like commentating on videos, and I'll just give them a shout out and I give them credit in the chat. That's how I prefer it. I think overall it's better, unless like there's something specific about an article, then that's where I use up the article. I'm gonna try Crimson Desert. Buddy at work hyped up last. Yeah. I've been seeing Crimson Desert a lot, but it's just that I all the while I really thought it was an MMO. So it's like, yeah, this is not my forte genre. So I don't think I should be covering. But when I found out it was single player, then I took a look at it. Okay, this looks pretty good, but it's pretty pricey though. It's pretty expensive even here in the Philippines. Like I tried looking for third party vendors for a cheaper price, but there's none. Like unlike Resident Evil 9 or Monster Hunter Story, I can find cheaper alternatives than buying directly from Steam. For Crimson Desert's case, I couldn't find any, so I'm gonna have to settle for buying it officially on Steam. Harambe only needs the bread. If he thinks the others, yeah, yeah, that's true. Loved your Dragon Quest 7 review. Yeah, I wanted to make the full featured review like the way I do it in my main channel, but it's just that I said it in my video. There's so many things that held it back that I couldn't, especially in the end game. I got frustrated in the end game. I felt like it was so slow. That's the reason why I changed my mind. I'll just wait for Tales of Berseria because I think Tales of Berseria something I would really like because apparently a lot of people said it's really good. I didn't get to play the original, so I was about to play the original, but then they announced the remaster. So I was like, okay, I'll just wait for the remaster then, which is like a week from now, like a couple of days from now. So not a long wait anymore. Solo Gates dreams are chill and cozy, but yeah, that's true because like that's really my attitude and like my personality. Probably at some point, if I do more live streams, I'll be more energetic. But yeah, it's a hitter. It depends on the person. Some people really like the high paced, fast paced energy, but some people also like just more laid back, which is more of me personally, because like I don't really hyper prepare for these streams because I'm kind of busy during the weekdays and I play video games on the side for my YouTube videos, so I can't really prepare that much for these live streams. Want to know about 40K Cavill? Is there an update? I'm kind of far. I kind of fell off with the pop culture side of things. I'm more leaning now with video games. If there's something that you feel like I should talk about, I should bring up. Let me know, because like I do have some movie articles up here, but I feel like it's so boring and it's regurgitating the same woke stuff again. So I'm not inclined to talk about it unless there's a lot of free time. I don't know. I'll bring it up when there's a lot of free time, but there's a lot of stuff happening in gaming, so I think I'll be focusing on that today. I engage with chat. That's key. That's also kind of like how that prolongs the stream, I think. So yeah, and everyone's been busy since Thursday. I missed the live. I've missed the live streams. Listening. Yeah, that's fine. We all have like that point. Like me now. Like I said last week, right? I have 2 jobs now, so it's gonna be tougher for me for sure. Like I work 10 hours a day now on the weekday, so and it's on the mid shift too. So I have to adjust so many things right now. It's like right now I'm trying to adjust my physical activity, my exercise. I'm gonna try starting next week to. I have to wake up extra early so that I can do exercise in the morning. Whereas compared to before, I do my exercise in the evening. So I'm just a lot of adjustments going on my end too. We can react to a Phil video, make fun of. We kind of did that last week when I commentated on Az's video about Relooted. I had no idea Phil was gonna be in it, which was funny. Okay, if this the excuse Phil gave to hide that he got sucked in the Skyrim and he loves it, I hope that he does. Phil is really good at making, making his own content out of the games, like making it really fun and entertaining in a live stream on the spot. So I think that's why I'm kind of pushing him to play New Vegas, push him to play Skyrim, because he's the kind of streamer who would excel in making it really entertaining. I have the original Tales of Berseria my PS4 hard drive, so I can. Yeah, I bought it at a discount on Steam, Makoto. So, but then I just okay, since the remaster was announced, I'll just go for that one. So I might as well go for the upgraded version. So, yes, this is the first topic I'll be talking about for today, because like this is too big for I might as well just jump in and chime my thoughts, because I do have some takes that I'm kind of part of the minority, and I will explain why. I get okay. I keep saying that because my point is like I don't have a lot of time, because I wish I could be more entertaining in these live streams, and I wish I can make more videos. That's my point really. So yeah, I keep saying it like every week or almost every other week about it, but that's kind of what I wanted to elaborate. Hi, hail, Grae in chat. Dropped in to say howdy. Out and about this evening, so I can't say have a great. Okay, thank you, DB. Well, thank you so much for dropping by. Beefcake, Grae, let's go. Yeah, I'll do my best, but and yeah, to be as entertaining as possible. Phil's still dating Blair White, and that's why the evidence is on the screen. Anthony Buck, it's here. So I'm not making stuff up, and here it is. So whenever someone asks what happened to Phil, I'll keep bringing this up again. So anyway, yeah, like I said, so for this week, a lot of things happened in video games in particular. So I know there's some stuff too about movies and TV shows, but I didn't look into it as much. The most I did was I'm still watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which I strongly recommend. It's really, really good. I watched episode 5 last night or 2 nights ago. I really liked it. It's really good. So I think it has a shot of being my favorite TV show of the year, and we're just in February, because I probably the strongest contender right now for me is One Piece season 2, which comes out next month. But that's about it on my end when it comes to TV shows and movies. Otherwise, I'm kind of behind. If there's any new updated stuff on it, I don't know about it. So someone in chat has to bring it up so that I'll be aware about it. Anyway, so hi Hertz Donut. So yeah, to start things off, I'll start with the biggest news, because like I think I'm gonna be it's gonna take quite a while. I feel like I'm gonna talk about it for an hour at least about this. So to start, no, not that. Okay, it's just kind of annoying. I have to. Okay, the interface of StreamYard is a little bit annoying. So okay, so the first thing is the biggest thing of the week is yeah. So freaking finally, chat. Freaking finally. Phil Spencer retires from Xbox. Sarah Bond resigns. Good, in my opinion. This should have happened like minimum 3 years ago. Okay, minimum 3 years. I know I watched Phil's stream yesterday a little bit. He kind of said he said that Phil Spencer kind of was responsible for elevating Xbox back in the 360 days, I believe. That's what he said. Okay, maybe that's somewhat true, but I wouldn't give all the credit to him, because at the time I think it was Don Maddock who was leading. It was kind of leading the 360 era. I don't I'm not all that familiar with the timeline of the leadership in the 360 era, but I do know Phil Spencer took over when Xbox One got so much flack for it's they really tried to mitigate secondhand borrowing and piracy, and they forced the Kinect when you buy the console at launch. So that's when they Don Maddock kind of stepped down, and that's when Phil kind of took over. Oh, he's the pro gamer guy. He's gonna turn around Xbox. So, which, well, he kinda with the Xbox One era, but I myself never got an Xbox One. Okay, so I didn't really pay attention. I got the PS4 at the time and the Switch One. I never bothered getting an Xbox One because, yeah, they didn't really have a great lineup back then, and it just went downhill from there. Yeah, so that's what I feel. So it's like this is long overdue. Like behind the scenes, like I really think a lot of fighting went on, in-house fighting. They make it seem like this resignation was like smooth transition of leadership. Like, oh, Phil Spencer stepped down peacefully, and Satya saying, "Oh, thank you, Phil, for your contribution." But I'm willing to bet that they had a lot of in-house fighting inside behind the scenes. They were probably shouting and at Phil, screaming at him, and they were trying probably saying really terrible things with each other. That's what I'm inclined to believe. Given this is Microsoft, this is one of the most valuable company, if not the most valuable company in the world, if I'm not mistaken. They're already more valuable than Apple. So yeah, so Phil Spencer stepped down, Sarah Bond resigns. I think Sarah Bond is just okay. I don't know what she's done in the past for Microsoft, but I really think she's just like all she did was parrot Phil Spencer. I have not seen her. I don't think she's contributed anything that's solely on her. Everything she's done for Xbox is just everything what Phil just told her to do. You know, let's go Game Pass. Let's remove exclusivity, which is for me, it's a bad idea because like it's exclusivity for me is unnecessary evil for these video game for these console manufacturers. Because why else would I buy your console if they're available everywhere else? I get it. It's a pro gamer move, but there has to be some level of gatekeeping so that your brand can thrive on its own. Or what's the incentive for me to invest in your particular branding, in your particular hardware in particular. So yeah, I really think they made all the wrong moves. Well, on paper, I did kind of believe him when it comes to Game Pass. Like when Game Pass was first introduced to everyone, it's like, oh yeah, that's really really good, and it's so accessible, it's cheap. But then when he started acquiring the companies, Activision, Bethesda, those are the two big ones, and Obsidian, and all the other smaller ones, it became abundantly clear that he couldn't manage all of them properly. He could there wasn't any proper operations management and project management in place to create the quality of games needed to make Game Pass thrive. Because, for example, right now, right, it's what do you call this? There were Reloaded as one that came out on Game Pass, so another garbage game, and there High on Life 2 came out, and like nobody talked about it. Nobody, you know, nobody even bothered. I have not seen any YouTube videos talk about it. The most I've seen was Griffin Gaming live streaming it. That's the only time I found out that High on Life 2 actually came out already. So it's like they did they didn't have the games to back up Game Pass to be a really good value proposition. Not to mention that price, which I'm pretty sure had is a Microsoft head office mandate so that they can get their money back. So yeah, I really think Phil Spencer did so much damage to the brand. And is it too late? Probably. But when it comes to what do you call this? The new head of Xbox, what's her name? Here we go. Asha Sharma. I know I've seen the tweets. I've seen the tweets about the criticism on her, which is valid. But yeah, anyway, let me go back to Phil Spencer a little bit because yeah, I don't think he was ever qualified to be the head. Honestly, maybe at first his what he wanted sounded really promising on paper, but the execution was really really bad. Because this is the same guy who what do you call this? Remember, I when I heard that he was gonna resign in a few days, I suddenly remembered. I recalled sometime last year, which here I brought it up. He was supposed to resign somewhere here, 2027. So then suddenly we found out he's gonna be let go in a few days. So that alone tells me that it was not a smooth transition. It was a really what do you call this? It was a lot of arguing and in-house fighting for this to happen so suddenly that it was taken over by someone who was not familiar in gaming from a completely different division. That tells me, for me, that says that it wasn't a peaceful transition. They're just making it out that way for PR because that it's gonna look really bad for them if people found out that they were actually fighting within within the within the company. So that's why. So yeah, and like I'm gonna bring up some stuff about yeah. Okay, let me bring take. Oh, this is so annoying. This the way that StreamYard sets like for me back when the Xbox the layoffs of the gaming division happened last year. um, remember, this was the same guy who was playing Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. When the announcement of the layoffs happened in public, when employees just found out that they were fired, their livelihoods were gone, and people were finding out that after acquiring this many companies, Phil Spencer was like playing Indiana Jones. That really turned me off really bad. It's like, what is this guy doing, man? Like, it's like at that point, it's like I don't think this guy's the guy to be running Xbox. I think this was like for me, this was the turning point that he should have been fired already. And this was like a year or 2 years ago and stuff like that. And I don't know. It's all good thing now that he's gone, honestly. Well, best wishes for him on what he wants to do next, or if he just simply wants to retire, because he definitely has the money now. But yeah, he did it. It's a shame that was his kind of legacy for Xbox before he left. He probably wished it could have been better. But I think, yeah, he shouldn't have acquired those companies. He shouldn't have what do you call this? He shouldn't have yeah, he I think Bobby Kotick kind of, bamboozled him. He got it at a really high price. He didn't have the capacity to manage all these companies properly so that they could produce good games, and they're basically did DEI hiring with all the studios, because like Avowed, the Outer Worlds 2, what other games? Look, I can't even. Halo was also shitty now. Gears of War is kind of terrible too. I'm not. There's nothing in Xbox's lineup that I'm looking forward to. Nothing at all. At least for Sony, what do I have for Sony? I don't think I have anything either. Yeah, because like Sony is like they're doing better, but they're not exactly the shining example. So, but yeah, I think comparing the two, Xbox is definitely doing worse relative to how much money they invested. Like, given Microsoft is much bigger, they have more money, they had a wide portfolio of developers, and somehow they still managed to fumble the ball compared to Sony and Nintendo. So yeah, let me close this already. So okay, so we're gonna watch a video, and a lot of the conversation is about this the new head of Microsoft Gaming, Asha Sharma. I'll say my thoughts as we watch a video. But okay, let me read the comments first for the time being. Okay. Yeah, I kind of rambled on for a really long time. Uh, I'm glad Phil isn't here. Okay, don't let him read that. Yeah, okay. I watched the first episode of Game of Thrones and it bored me. I can't get into the series. Okay. Night of the Seven Kingdoms starts very slow in episodes 1 and 2, Makoto, but episode 3 up to episode 5, it got really, really good. They really ramped up the speed, and I like the storytelling. If you like a more smaller story about a particular group of people rather than kingdoms waging war at each other, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms really good, and it's kind of refreshing. It's not ultra serious like GOT, so it has its funny, lighthearted moments at the same time, but it's much smaller. I'm kind of sick of like the huge kingdom multiverse stuff in movies and video games. I want smaller stories with video games. So, sorry, with TV shows as well and movies. So, yeah. So I do strongly urge to consider if you're not watching anything right now when it comes to movies and TV shows, I strongly recommend A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. We were supposed to review it with Phil, just that Phil was a bit busy of late, so we couldn't review it in an episodic manner here anymore. Okay, Gary from Nerdology single-handedly killed Xbox. Yeah, Gary's really influential. That the pro gamer took down Xbox. I didn't watch GOT. Would I be? No, no, no. There are some references with GOT, but you do not need it to understand and appreciate A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Absolutely, you don't need to. Like whatever references they make, it kind of indirectly or through their actions tell you what they are already to begin with. Like this particular character is connected to this big family in GOT, but it's already implied that they are a big and prominent family within the TV show. So you don't need GOT to tell you that. Unfortunately, his replacement doesn't seem any more promising. Okay, I have some mixed thoughts about that. I'm more of the minority when it comes to the replacement. I'll break it down why. I'll break down why as we go along. Phil Spencer saved Xbox after Don Matic ruined it, but Microsoft stepped in and damaged Xbox after Activision acquisition. Here, I don't think it was Microsoft or Satya per se that kind of wanted Activision. In my opinion, because if we that acquisition took place during COVID, so you can make the argument that maybe Satya wanted it, maybe the board really wanted to, because at that time all the gaming companies were super hyped, like were way too optimistic with their forecasting during COVID. Oh, video games are going to be next level because like even after COVID, people are still going to play video games, which didn't happen. The moment that the quarantine was over, the people who didn't play video games before, they stopped playing video games. And they it's just the fact is they overhired so many people, so a lot of unqualified people or you know DEI centric people came in who weren't really who weren't really qualified to make good games, and which is it hurt the quality of the video games. And it became expensive, so it's like a kind of like a double whammy. So I'm I'm more inclined to believe that it was Phil who wanted the Activision really badly. Because back then, I think Microsoft didn't really care about Xbox as much. Because like compared to their other divisions, like Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Cloud, Microsoft Office, Windows OS, those are much bigger businesses and bring in much higher revenue compared to Xbox, which the margins I believe are really, really small compared to their other divisions. Not to mention it's not performing well compared to the PlayStation and Nintendo. So they never really paid attention to Xbox until that acquisition happened, until they spent that ludicrous amount of money acquiring those developers. So I think it was Phil Spencer kind of like, it's time to take this to the next level. And he put that on himself, that burden on himself unnecessarily, I believe. What I think the proper thing he would have done is like build new developers from the ground up, people who know what they're doing, people who are clearly passionate about video games, and then build a team from there, carefully curate games exclusive to Xbox from those development teams. And yeah, I think Xbox would be in a much different position now if he did that. Like, we could have gotten a much better Halo by now. We could have gotten a much better Gears of War by now. We could have gotten a much better Fable by now, I believe, and probably new IPs that made by sexist as I may be, male devs that know what they're doing and know what the gamer wants. The first 45 seasons of GOT is pretty stellar. I think it kind of started falling off when it went past the books. But when they were kind of like faithful to the source material, it's really, really good. But yeah, 4 to 5 is pretty good. I've always only had a PC, no Xbox. My horizons have been limited. But the thing is, right now, though, the irony of that is like literally okay, except Nintendo, everything is on PC. Like Sony, even PlayStation's like they're releasing it on PlayStation 5 first, and then they're releasing it on PC too, which I think the new leadership of Xbox is gonna do. Which I'm gonna break it down later because like she did respond to some tweets about this. So yeah. So I think PC is like the best way to go around it. Like, I keep saying like the one thing that people don't state with PC gaming, why for me a PC master race all the way, although I have the consoles too, is this PC I have right now, I use it for what do you call this? I use this not just for my recreational stuff. I also use this for work. So I use it to you can use PC to make money in ways that the consoles can't. So that's for me, that alone makes PC superior. Game journals trying to manipulate your empathy about firings. The right games are failing and the message isn't gaining ground anymore. Normalcy is winning. Yeah, that's true, Kevin. Yeah, I read like there's still gonna be woke games like X Voto and stuff like that. But okay, that one I'm kind of more okay with since they didn't ruin an IP. But yeah, I think the one that's ruining existing franchises, those are kind of dying down, which is good, definitely good. And I do hope in the coming years we'll get better games. But yeah, I don't want as much as Xbox kind of for me deserves where it is right now. I don't want it to go out of business. I don't want Microsoft to completely shut it down. Even though in a business standpoint it makes sense. Okay. Like if I were like Microsoft, like, okay, there's got to be at some point I gotta cut loss, And like, why would I carry this laggard of a division when all of my other divisions are doing so well? You know, like if I were the other divisions, like I would be calling it out. It's like I'm working so hard here bringing in money, and this division of Xbox is like burning through cash. Like, where's the fairness in that? You know. So, but yeah, I don't want Xbox to fail because like Sony's doing terribly right now, and Nintendo we know that they kind of really they charge really a lot of money. Although they can, it's because they can. But what more if they're just on their own and Sony's on their own? I want them to have more competitors so that they can be more consumer friendly or more pro consumer. Sarah Bond responsible for gaining Japanese support for Game Pass. Uh, mm, I can't say it's for. Yeah, it's true. There's some Square Enix games and some Capcom games there, but I do think it's I could be wrong on this, but the way I see how the Japanese studios treat Game Pass is like they first maximize the sales of their flagship IPs. And then when they're not doing well anymore, or for the games that are not doing well anymore, okay, let's try to, rake in some more revenue with this dead game by putting it to Game Pass. That's how they treat. I don't see them treating it like a day one. I've never seen a I could be wrong, but at the top of my mind, I don't see any flagship game that's on day one on Game Pass. It's usually when a good amount of time has passed, like months or years before they put it to Game Pass. So I don't really see Japanese fully on board with Game Pass because it's not really in their best interest to commoditize their games that way. Xbox Series X quick resume is so under. Yeah, that is true, Simon. That's true. It is. It is. And the backwards compatibility. Those are the only two things I think that's like why you should get an Xbox, but literally nothing else because there's nothing there that's just on Xbox apart you wanting to play 360 games or stuff like that. Because everything else they're porting, which for me it's not a good business move. Like for me, they should be copying Sony, like Xbox first, then a couple of months later or a year later, PC. Then don't move it anywhere else. If you want to grow your Xbox brand, or like because the way they're doing it now, it's available everywhere. That's what you would do if you want to be just like a dedicated games publisher without any hardware, which is not what they're doing because like they're releasing Xbox ROG Ally and stuff like that, the expensive hardware. So it's not in for me. There should be some level of exclusivity business wise. Okay, of course, as us as gamers, we want everything to be everywhere. But in a business perspective, like it doesn't make sense to release everything to give all your first party IP to PlayStation or Nintendo. Phil spending more time with Blair White? Yep, absolutely. But Blair White is upset with him right now. Okay. Xbox acquisition was a huge mistake. It ruined Xbox. Yep, agreed. All the negative things they are doing is to make up for the money wasted out on that. Yes, exactly. It really was. I think I think what happened here is like they got Xbox got so deep into it, like at probably the 30% or the 50% point of the acquisition completion. Phil was really desperate for it to materialize, so he wasn't rational about it anymore. Because I do recall reading an article about Bobby Kotick. Because like right, whenever a video game comes out in a console, like the revenue of the sales revenue, X amount, the standard is X amount goes to the publisher, X amount goes to the hardware manufacturer or the platform. I think Bobby Kotick was even able to negotiate to give him a bigger cut than the norm. Like Activision gets like, for example, if example only, it is like the top of my head, fictional example. If like Activision gets like 70% of Call of Duty sales revenue, he was which is the standard, for example, that is the standard per game. He was able to con Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond to make it 80 because Bobby Kotick felt I think he felt in his gut that they were so desperate to acquire them, so he got to bamboozle them hard. Which for me, they it shouldn't have happened. I think the FTC was right in terms of it kind of damaged the brand as a whole, as well as Activision. Yeah, I still remember the hype and excitement for the original Xbox. Yeah, it's like the 360 era. I had two or three Red Ring of Deaths. That even then, I still wanted console. I still wanted a fixed console because there were so many good games in it. There really was. It was heck of. It was the best that Xbox has ever been. Then it went down. It went downhill from there. Never used a controller in my life. I am behind the times, but I'm sure I'd like to feel something foreign in my hands. Yeah, for me, it's like because of my the way I'm set up right now with my chair and the alignment of my keyboard and mouse, I'm not able to what do you call this? It's not the posture that I make for keyboard and mouse is not conducive. That's why I'm using controller more. And more games nowadays support controller. It's more optimized now for a gamepad, so I use controller. Unless it's like something like an RTS, so you really need a mouse and keyboard for that one. But I haven't played an RTS for a long, long time. So Rainier with the two, Phil less tax. Oh, yeah, this is for the food of fun. Well, Phil's not around, but thank you for the two. Phil Spencer got pushed out suddenly. Yes, absolutely. I don't think it's a smooth transition, not at all. Because the article I showed earlier, he was supposed to resign sometime next year, or when the next generation of Xbox hardware was supposed to come out. Not right now. It wasn't supposed to be. But the thing is, like, you know, the board is upset. Investors are upset. So I imagine, like, kick this guy out. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Which I'm sorry, but I feel like he kind of deserved that. Home consoles are dying sadly. Yeah, it's like the value proposition used to be with home consoles. Like they were cheap, they were accessible. You don't need to tinker with your settings on your PC. You don't need to go to the options and tinker the graphics to run your games optimally. And yeah, it used to be good graphics on the box without having any expertise or knowledge about getting the best CPU, GPU, and you just play the games. But the thing is, for me, graphics is plateauing, or maybe not. There's gonna be better graphics sometime in the future. But the thing is, given the economy right now, and given how the games industry is kind of like declining, the AAA at least, I think that good graphics isn't a good value proposition anymore. Because look at PS5 or the current hardware. They're not really. I have yet to see a game that fully utilizes PS5. I don't see it. Demon Souls maybe, but not a single game fully maximizes the hardware. So why is like Sony thinking about the PS6? No, there's really no reason to. No, like already game devs don't have the capacity. It's just simply too expensive to make a PS5. So why are you making a new hardware that even this current hardware it's not being maximized anymore? So it used to be, you upgrade, it's a must upgrade. The graphics are much better, but it's becoming so expensive to make, and that's not what gamers are looking for anymore. Even the hardcore ones, like the graphics today, they're good already. They're already good enough. We don't want it to be any. At least we're not. It's not a priority anymore. What we want is good gameplay, unique mechanics, or maybe really outstanding stories, or in a way that wasn't told before. We're not looking for good graphics anymore because like graphics are already really really good compared to back to PS1 days. Then upgrade to PS2. The gap is not there. So yeah, I'm curious to see how consoles are going to do in the future. But yeah, it's not looking great. People complaining that either console doesn't have any games, not realizing that no one's buying for exclusive. You pick one and get the games you want for it. Yeah, it's like it's the thing is like I really think a lot of factors hurt the exclusivity lineup. It's because one, for Sony, they went too hard on live service, and two, photorealistic exclusives are becoming too expensive to make. That's another thing. That's why we're seeing such a drought with good single player games. So it's gonna take a while for them to recover, especially with what we're gonna talk about later. There's like a studio that was supposed to get shut, that didn't deserve a shutdown, got shut down. I don't personally buy any first party exclusive on PS5, just Japanese third party. Same, actually, same. I play Pokemon on Switch. I had Xbox Series S for cheap gamepad. Yeah, same, exactly the same. But they ruin it by increasing price. It's still cheap for. Okay, I'll explain that in a bit. Yeah, it's like there's no. I don't know any good exclusive PS5 games. That's the thing. The only two are Demon Souls and Astrobot. Those are the only two that's only on the PS5. That's actually pretty decent. Stellar Blade that's already on PC. What else? You know, the Last of Us Part 1, if you consider that, that's also on PC. So Ghost of Yote, not really. I'm not even a big fan of Tsushima. So I imagine Yote will be on PC eventually. There's very little to be looking forward to when it comes to Sony first party because yeah, Jim Ryan and Herman Holst really hurt. They really hurt the Sony as a whole because like you took studios that specialize in single player games and made live service slop like Concord, Fair Games, and in the incoming Marathon. It's crazy. It's crazy that they went so hard on that and it got approved. If Microsoft keeps putting out Windows updates that break computers, their other divisions might not be far behind Xbox. I'm not so sure about that unless they find a way to fix it. But I have not encountered any issues when it comes to updating my PC yet. But that's just me. But like Microsoft, their other divisions are doing really, really great. And I was supposed to, this thing is Microsoft is a very cutthroat company. The reason why they are a trillion dollar company right now is because it's very toxic to work for them. Actually, I know someone here in Microsoft Philippines who's under sales. He used to be my colleague when we worked in the same company. He worked with Microsoft. He now works with Microsoft, and in the sales division, the way they do it, at least here in the Philippines, okay, is what he told me. Everyone on the sales team is under a bell curve, and if you're the 20% at the bottom, you get laid off. Okay, that's how cutthroat it is. If you're at the bottom 20% of the bell curve of sales quotas, you get laid off. So imagine that. Imagine how much pressure they have when it comes to gaining leads and generating sales. It's crazy. So imagine how cutthroat it is in the other departments and what Xbox is doing with them burning money. So you can imagine how much all the other departments are angry with Phil Spencer. Like, why do we have to go through this bullshit when Phil gets to burn all this money? So I think that's why Xbox is really messed up. And I feel like Xbox shouldn't really be a priority for it. Because like at the end of the day, Microsoft is ultra hyper maximizing revenue, and Xbox and gaming per se, you can't operate video games that way. So yeah. I agree. Only Sega puts Persona Remix on Game Pass Day 1. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm surprised that Atlas is that supportive with Game Pass, given what do you call this? Given that Persona and Metaphor is like their flagship IP. But maybe in revenue wise, it makes more money. So I still buy their games though, even though they're on Game Pass Day 1, because like I like their games. The early Xbox 360 consoles had steel heat sinks instead of aluminum, and they used this to cook the thermo paste. Yeah, it's like there were so many solutions back in the day with the 360 that I tried. Like I think wrap around the towel, put toothpaste in your CDs. I actually tried them, but it never worked. It never did. It's like once you get the red ring of death, you pretty much need to get a new console. Like repairs work, but only temporarily. They'll get the red rings eventually. How's it going, Project Grae of Eggroll? I'll be chilling, lurking it, and listening on the side. Yeah, thank you, Snapwriter. It's fine. It's like I've been doing this last week. So it's been great. It's like I'm actually getting the hang of doing solo live stream again. I might do it more often in my solo in my own channels. I'll see. I'll think about it. What good are graphics than AAA devs use it to make ugly characters? Yes, that's another issue. They hire too many DEI people who don't really like video games, who don't have the capacity to make video games. So that's another problem they need to solve. And it's just a good thing that we're getting games from China, from Korea. They're not as good yet, in my opinion, compared to the top tier Japanese or Western games, but they'll get there at this rate. They'll get there eventually. Solid frame rate and actual finished games over graphical detail. Yeah, that's what we're looking for now. We're not looking for, I don't care if I can see the pores in the face or the detailed sweat in someone's face anymore. It's like I don't care. I just want to play a good game and with a good story. and not a live service game where I'm being monetized or psychologically tricked into spending. I just want to play a good game. I care more about art directions and graphics. Yep. It's why Nintendo's sort of exactly. That's like, ironically, Nintendo's the I'm looking forward to the next Xenoblade. I'm looking forward to Xenoblade 2 on Switch 2. I'm looking forward to they already upgraded Xenoblade X, Chronicles X. So it's only a matter of time they start doing it with the other games. So I'm looking forward to Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. So I'm anticipating more stuff that's Nintendo exclusive than PlayStation, which once upon a time, like, it's blasphemous. Okay. Hello, Donald. Yeah, I'm likely to go the PC route as I have Switch 2 for my Nintendo. Yeah, that's it. The optimal setup right now is PC and Switch 2. You're good. Like, the only games that you're missing are, like, Astrobot, Demon Souls. That's it. You have access to all the other games, so that's ideal. I have a job now too, so I can save money for. Yeah, that's great. Good. That's good on you, Rabnad. Yeah, absolutely. It's like it's the I it's yeah, it's PlayStation and Xbox is gonna have a rough road ahead. It's like they have I don't know what they can do to convince people to buy their next hardware. They don't have the games for it. They don't have the games for it now, let alone the next generation. The only thing Sony has is Bloodborne remake, which I think that is what they're gonna do. But I wonder who's developing it. If Okay, we're gonna talk about Blue Point later. If Because for sure it's not Blue Point is doing it. Sony lost me when they stopped making Japanese first party exclusive. Yeah, they moved to California. That's why. I miss games like Gravity Rush and the JRPGs they made during the PS2. Exactly. It's like, for me, that's why PS2 for me is the best console, because like the amount of JRPGs there was insane. Granted, a lot of them were kind of B tier or C tier, but it's a lot. Plenty of JRPGs. Like, you couldn't play them all. You really couldn't. Even if you just played dedicated JRPGs, there were just so many. And yeah, I missed that time. It started back when they moved to the PS3, it was gone. It's like they were slowly becoming more corporate, more hyper focused on optimizing their income and stuff like that. Honestly, if you play for over 24 hours, it's on you. Yeah, it's like, no, look, we're kind of I like to think everyone in chat is working. We don't have that amount of time anymore. So apart from money, we also have to consider, do I have the time to play this game? So yeah, it's so many devs and studios are in serious competition for people's money and time. So, and you can only play so many live service games. So I really think live service games should stop. There should be very, very few of them, because you cannot play multiple live service games at the same time. Not like single player games where you play it, you finish it, you move on to the next. That's not how live service games work. Xenoblade is a fantastic RPG exclusive. Yeah, I'm glad I got into it. I really do. And like, what do you call this? Monolith is one of, like, I think the biggest wins that Nintendo acquired. So good on them. I bought the upgrade. I haven't yet, because I'm sure that I still have the game in my backlog. So, and I'm gonna play Tales of Berseria and some other games. So I'm what do you call this? So I haven't yet. When I'm sure that I'm gonna play it, that's when I'll upgrade. Good night. Have to wake up early. Enjoy. Okay. Thank you. Good old lady. Thank you so much, and have a great sleep. Okay. I have a history with computers. I've been using them since I was 5. I even know how to use a Linux. I never got a Linux, but I have exposure to consoles since I was 5. I think my first console was Sega Genesis, then the PS1. Then I worked my way up from there. Okay. What OS should I get? I know Windows 11 is infamous. Yeah. It's like, I know a lot of people are shitting on it. Stick with Windows 10, but you're gonna have to get Windows 11 eventually. For me, it's okay. I'm not really in the deep technical know-how about the issues of Windows 11. So I think generally, like, when you're just a casual user like me, Windows 11 is fine. I don't know I'm not hyper peculiar about the security, the loopholes, the functions, and it hasn't really crashed that badly for me. It never did. I never had the need to reformat my PC. So for me, it's okay. Not just the devs in the studios who make these kinds of games. It's the policies implemented. After all, to qualify to an Oscar bid, DEI rules should be applied. They force you to follow their rules. For that's for Hollywood though, right? But for video games, thankfully, it's not yet a thing. And I don't think like the Game Awards can enforce something like that. Not like Hollywood, because Japan is more has a stronger foothold in gaming compared to movies. So when it comes to movies and TV shows, yeah, like Western is more dominant, or at least the East Asian movies have more of like their own space. It's not really like globally recognized like Hollywood. So, but when it comes to video games, people know that there's an Asia side to it and there's a Western side to it. So they can't really enforce DEI awards exclusively. So I don't think it's happening anytime soon. Not with China and Korea rising in the gaming sphere. Don't forget about energy alongside time. Playing games require your phone. Yeah, exactly. That's my challenge right now. That's the reason why I release videos so slow. Like I have less time. JRPGs take so long, and I'm doing other stuff. Not to mention, I'm kind of neglecting my physical exercise right now, which I'm gonna address starting next week. So I have so little time to make the videos the way I want to, which part of me is thinking why I want to make more commentary content. It's gonna come at the expense of my JRPG videos though. So I'm still heavily thinking about it. So US courts are now having to rule if social media is too addictive. I think it is. I really think so. Especially for the younger generation. I think it's really hurting them. How long before someone sues the video game industry for being too addictive? I think video games will be around for quite some time, especially now that they can't um less people can afford them. At least when it comes to buying the games, not the free live service ones. And I think social media is more of a distraction compared to video games, because social media is like turn on the screen of your phone, tap the app, that's it. Compared to video games, you have to download the game, maybe spend money on the game. I think social media is the bigger threat. And video games are not that influential when it comes to how a person thinks compared to social media. The guy that makes Xenoblade made FF7, Tetsuya Takahashi. I'm hoping they remake the scene. Oh yeah, I'm hoping to. Yeah, Monolith is like the old Square or the old Enix back in the day. It's not like the modern Square Enix now. That's why they're really slow with regards to releasing games, but chances are it's really really good. So I prefer those kinds of companies than releasing games that's more fit for modern tastes. Hollow Ninja with a 5. The second biggest game release is coming out next week. Resident Evil 9. Let's go. Capcom's cracking down on the spoilers and leaks online. GTA 6 is number one. Yeah, absolutely. GTA 6 is number one. Yeah. The thing is, for me, it comes out at the same day as Tales of Berseria. So I don't think I'll be able to cover Resident Evil 9, but maybe at some point in the future. Kind of like what I did with Metal Gear Solid 3. So I did enjoy that one. Okay. Thank you for the 5 Hollow Ninja. You're making me feel really old. My first console was Pong. Oh, okay. Yeah, that takes me way back. Yeah. I'm not that young either. I'm turning 35 this year. So yeah, there's that. Okay. So okay, I read the comments for a really long time. So anyway, going back to the Xbox change in leadership. So I'm gonna commentate on the video. Shout out to Legacy Killer. Yeah, he made a video on this change in leadership. So yeah, so I have some thoughts with what's her name? I keep forgetting her name. I have some thoughts on Asha Sharma. So it's not the take of the majority, not entirely at least. So well, we'll see what Legacy Killer has to say about this, then I'll commentate along. So yeah, overall, I think this is the right thing to do. Maybe not completely, maybe not 100%, but this is for me. This is better than nothing. This is better than keeping them in power or keeping them to do the decision making, because they've been making wrong decision after wrong decision. Okay, let's go.
The next generation of Xbox is coming to life. And
Did I set up? Okay, wait. I want to make sure. Wait, and I realize my headphone is off. Okay, so there should be volume right now.
generation of Xbox is coming to life, and this is just the beginning.
Is it though? Is it? Not even 24 hours after Sony shows their dysfunction with shutting down a beloved studio that really did a great job at perfecting remasters, remakes, and all of that, but was pushed to work on a live service mess for the last number of years. Just mind-boggling decision-making there. We'll talk about that eventually, but today's massive news has massive ramifications for the entire video game industry and really Xbox's role in the future of this video game industry, especially in the console side. It is that, well, Phil Spencer is retiring, Sarah Bond is resigning, which she always seemed to be the heir apparent, but I guess those plans.
Oh yeah, that's something I didn't touch on. Yeah, so it's like all the while we would have thought like Sarah Bond is next in line. They really did make it out to be that way, but for me, she was just another Phil Spencer. She was just parroting everything he said. I never saw anything that was she did per se. That's that was actually a phenomenal achievement. So they were going down a path that wasn't gonna propel Xbox to profitability. So I really think this change in leadership was the right call, even though the credentials of this new one, this Asha, is questionable.
Not happening, and all of them are being replaced with a Microsoft AI boss becoming the new Microsoft gaming CEO. And this guy Matt Booty somehow still failing upwards. It's astonishing.
Yeah, I don't know why Manny Booty is still around. Apart from his funny name, it's like, yeah, this guy's been around for the longest time, but I've not seen him done any contribution either. Granted, he's more of the back end side. I don't know. He's nothing good ever came from him. I could be wrong, chat. Maybe he did something good. He implemented something, but the way I see it, no, he didn't. He just followed along with Phil Spencer. So, yeah.
How that man just continues to go up, and he has a laundry list of disasters under his belt. It's astonishing. Like, I've never seen it. I've seen it. It's the corporate world, I guess, but still, just astonishing stuff to see that guy fail upwards the way that he has. But it is just a crazy day here. Spencer will be stepping down as Microsoft Gaming CEO on Monday, February 23rd. The company announced on Friday, right at the last couple of hours. Of course, they're doing that right before the markets and all of that close. Spencer will be replaced by Asha Sharma, who joined Microsoft in 2024 as president of its core AI product.
Let's see what he has to say.
The AI person's coming in here. Okay. What she describes as leading the product portfolio for AI models, apps, agents, responsible AI, and developer tools for customers worldwide. And then Xbox president Sarah Bond, who some have assumed was being prepared.
A good question I have is, I don't know if this is confirmed, is if Asha was kind of forced to take on this role, or did she voluntarily take on the role? For me, that's crucial. That's a crucial detail to have. Like, was she kind of like, or mandated by Satya Nadella? Okay, this is your new position. Right? From the AI division, you're gonna handle the gaming division now. I don't know if like that's forced down upon her, or did she voluntarily think like, oh, okay, I think I can make the Xbox division a better or a more profitable division. I think that's key. That's key on how this all went down. If how things went down with Phil and Sarah Bond.
Prepared to succeed Spencer, as I alluded to a second ago, as Microsoft Gaming CEO, has instead reportedly resigned from her role. And then, yeah, Xbox Game Studios head Matt Booty will also be promoted to Chief Content Officer, working alongside Sharma. My God. Last fall, I shared with Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO, this is Spencer writing to Microsoft staff, that I was thinking about stepping back and starting the next chapter of my life. From that moment, we aligned in approaching this transition with intention, ensuring stability and strengthening the foundation we've built. This doesn't mean anything, Phil. I'm sure he knows that, but I just don't trust Microsoft at all. Like, this isn't the pivotal moment in which my mindset is changing. That happened a while ago, but I don't trust that Microsoft's not going to ruin all of those studios that they bought. You got to remember, 60, 70, or no, it was close to, I think, like $100 billion they invested. And
it's probably, Activision was like 70 billion or 80, but given like, it's not cheap to operate all these companies at once. So I'm pretty sure by now they reached 100 or maybe probably even more in total expenses. And their games are not doing well. I really don't. Like, especially all of them are on Game Pass day one, and Game Pass Ultimate is like $30 now. Well, for you guys, for me it's still cheap, but like I'm the kind of gamer who plays single player games and I buy them like 1 or 2 a month and I'm good. I'm not gonna subscribe to Game Pass because like I don't like that psychological feeling of, I have a time limit. I have to make the most out of my subscription, and it's like, And I only subscribe to that if there's a game I want to cover, and if I don't want to pay full price. That's the only reason why I subscribe.
Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, Obsidian, all these studios, they're going to continue to destroy them in many different ways in the future. And I promise you that AI push is coming to all of these studios. Like, people have talked about how Electronic Arts and a number of other studios have pushed that technology on their developers. Microsoft's pushing that right on consumers' faces. Of course, they're going to make their developers start to have all that slop at their hands. I don't care what these executives are saying right now. Things will change in the coming weeks and months. I just know it, and you're going to hear lots more outrage from these studios and how Microsoft is conducting themselves in the future. We just know it's all going to happen.
I'm not gonna say Asha's like the answer to all the questions, but I also do feel at the same time people are being too hostile and harsh on her. I'll explain much later, in detail later on.
Spencer does say Xbox has been more than a business. It's a vibrant community of players, creators, and teams who care deeply about what we built and how we build it, and deserves a thoughtful, deliberate plan for the road ahead. We're not getting that. Today marks an exciting new chapter from Microsoft Gaming as Asha Sharma steps into the role of CEO, and I want to be the first to welcome her to this incredible team. Working with her over the past several months has given me tremendous confidence. She brings genuine curiosity, clarity, and a deep commitment to understanding players, creators, and the decisions that shape our future. Zero gaming background. She's never worked at all anything to do with gaming. There's no interviews, nothing, no mention of video games at all.
Yeah.
So they brought in the biggest outsider that they could to manage over all of this. Not exactly inspiring confidence. We know this is an important moment for our fans, partners.
That's really a strange part. That's why I said earlier, was she forced to take on this role, or did she voluntarily move to this role, or is it on top of what she's already doing with the AI department? I'm not really sure, but yeah, it's if she voluntarily took on the role, and if she's doing it both, or she voluntarily moved from the AI role, then it's fine. I think she really wants to make change. But if she was forced to do it, maybe it's like a career downgrade or something like that. But yeah, anyway, I'll say more about what I think about her on what she can do.
Team, and we're committed to getting it right. I'll remain an advisory role through the summer to support a smooth handoff. That doesn't mean anything at all. So this is a massive announcement. Asha Sharma, she did open up a Twitter account. She had no history. There's nothing on the profile at all. She says, today I begin my role as CEO.
I have things to say about, because like one of the criticism is like she just opened her Twitter. She just opened an Xbox account. Okay, I have a different take on that. Because I know it's like, oh, she's not a real gamer and stuff like that. I have a different way of thought when I read this morning.
Xbox, here are my 3 commitments: great games, return of Xbox, future of play. And yeah, Asha Sharma named EVP and CEO Microsoft Gaming, and this is her history. This is what she was the president of Core AI Product, as I mentioned a second ago. And the history before that was she was a board member for Home Depot, COO of Instacart, and she was a vice president of Meta. Oh my. Quite the history. And
this is super incredibly business savvy history, which I'll say later why that's not necessarily a bad thing for Xbox per se. Because like people are saying, oh, where's the gaming experience? Where's the gaming? Where's your passion for video games? Why are you just solely a corporate person? I think this is kind of what they need right now.
Yes, in her role of AI, this is what she said in the past. This is an interview she did with Lenny's podcast. I believe this was 5 months ago, just to get a sense of who we're dealing with and who's going to be running Microsoft Gaming. This is Asha Sharma talking about AI.
So more broadly, I think there's a pattern that's starting to emerge for successful companies. Like, one is they are embracing AI and everybody becomes AI fluent. So I think everybody's using some sort of Copilot or some sort of AI in their day-to-day workflows. Like job one, so everyone.
That already is really true for me. I don't know for you guys, but for me, who's a freelancer, like both my jobs right now, it's like I use AI a lot. It makes my workflow a lot faster. It makes it much easier, much more efficient, and like it's also good for QA on my end. I use a lot of AI generation, composition, and it's like for editing too. I use it a lot compared to before, where I have to do things more manually, which eats up more time, and I have to do things slower, and like the quality's either just the same or maybe even worse. AI kind of helps out a lot. So yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm not really incredibly anti-AI because like it's the future. It's either you adapt or you become irrelevant.
It's not afraid of it, understands how it can raise the ceiling and kind of lower the floor for like all sorts of skills and tasks. number two, from there, they start to say, okay, how can I take a process that already exists and apply AI to making it better? That might be.
So, that's what we're dealing with here. Somebody who I guess has been working with AI extensively, and with a company that is just focused on that these days, again, does not inspire confidence that they truly care about gaming. And I genuinely think that the Xbox division is going to be doing some it's just going to be baffling decisions from here on out. We all know it. We all do. And it is worth mentioning, though, she is promising not to flood it with soulless AI slop, which, again, that doesn't mean anything to me at all here.
It takes a lot of guts to say that, though. As someone, imagine being the lead AI, the lead AI in the most valuable company in the world. Then you say AI stop. So it's like, for me, that's kind of like a statement-ish to say, okay, hey guys, I know I'm from the AI team, but I promise I will not, I'm not gonna make everything has to be AI. I'm not gonna make AI only games. So that's quite the way. For me, that's a good way to set yourself up with, especially people knowing your background. So I don't necessarily agree that that's like a nothing burger, or that's irrelevant, or that's something that she's just saying. At least for now, actions speak louder than words. Absolutely.
In her first memo to the company, the former head of AI at Microsoft promised the return of Xbox. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. She continues, we must have great games.
Yeah, for me, that's the proper thing to say. Like, because what else? Imagine you coming from AI, you're the leader of the gaming division, just out of nowhere, you became the leader. So what can you say to kind of like try to calm people down? Like, it's like, oh, this person doesn't have any gaming experience and this person's from AI. Like, so, because like your first assumption will be everything's going to be AI slop, right? So I think that's the best thing to say to mitigate those fears, at least to a certain capacity.
Loved by players before we do anything, unforgettable characters, stories that make us feel, innovative gameplay, and creative excellence. We will empower our studios, invest in iconic franchises, and back bold new ideas. We will take risks. We will enter new categories and markets where we can add real value, grounded in what players care about most. And the thing is, when you have somebody who doesn't care about gaming running this division, I genuinely think that they're going to be looking at just the money only, and that's going to influence decisions moving forward. And that's a departure from what Phil Spencer really was describing to all these studios a couple of years ago when he convinced all of them to sign up. And them taking risks is really the question mark moving forward. What are we going to be seeing? Are they going to be pushing more live services? Are we going to be seeing even though she says she's not going to be pushing AI slop, it doesn't mean a whole lot. It doesn't mean that they're not going to push the AI tools on these developers.
Yeah,
and who knows what the experiences look like. And Microsoft's already been making some.
Yeah, I'm kind of defending her here. Like, it won't be AI slop, but yeah, I could be eating my words like a couple of months or years from now. Maybe she didn't really follow what she said and ended up releasing AI stuff anyway. I acknowledge that too. So I get where the skepticism is, especially where Xbox is right now. But at the same time, I think give her some breathing room, the benefit of the doubt. She might be able to turn it around.
Scratching decisions as of late. They tried pushing games up to $80. Wouldn't be surprised that we start seeing more of that in the future. Maybe even more Game Pass increases, as we've seen. I genuinely just am very nervous about Xbox's future, and maybe that's why Phil Spencer said enough's enough. I'm ready to move on here. She did commit to the console side of the business. Again, Xbox is pretty much a third-party developer at this point. A third-party part. It's just what it is. I don't see a purpose of buying an Xbox console next generation. You can get all these games on PC, and they seem to be totally fine with that. That seems to be, as they say, as for the future of Xbox consoles, something Xbox has previously confirmed and teased. Sharma says the company will celebrate its fans and history with a renewed commitment to Xbox, starting with console. The new boss made it clear, however, that Xbox isn't going back to being simply a console, and the brand will continue to expand to more platforms like mobile and streaming. Gaming now lives across devices, not within the limits of any single piece of hardware. As we expand across PC.
This one I did not know. So yeah, it's like, for me, what's the point of even making the hardware if that's your stance? You might as well go full on third-party publisher already. Like, that's how I think. It's like, why burn the cash to manufacture, or even if it's just like a partnership with Asus, it's like, I feel like it's just a waste of money. Like, cut the hardware and just focus on developing games if that's what you really want to be. If you don't want to be an exclusive platform.
mobile and cloud, Xbox should feel seamless, instant, and worthy of the communities we serve. We'll break down barriers so developers can build once and reach players everywhere without compromise, which is what they've already been kind of doing, and it hasn't worked out the way that I think that they had hoped. But yeah, it sounds like their next Xbox, the plans for that at the very least is to have a bunch of
this plan is fine, releasing as many games to as many platforms as possible. But the thing is, they didn't manage their studios properly. All their games are shit. Okay, if all their games are good, it's a good plan. But it's just that all the games, all the Xbox games right now are just garbage or nobody cares.
stores on it, which just sounds like a computer or PC. So I guess that's the direction that they're headed in. Phil Spencer did release a short statement on his Twitter account saying it's rare in life to know when a chapter is closing, but after 38 years at Microsoft, that moment has arrived for me. I've made the decision to retire and begin the next chapter of my life. It's a milestone that's given me a chance to reflect on the incredible journey that I've been fortunate enough to share with so many of you. I think Phil Spencer has a very complicated legacy. For a long time, people called him the savior of Xbox, but the last couple of years, I think he truly... that Activision Blizzard merger really damaged Xbox in ways that cannot be described, and it's lasting damage that has hurt this division. That's why all these price increases have been thrown at us, as Microsoft has been taking more of a they want the money. That's what they're focused on nowadays, especially after they made these investments, and also with their mindset changing to just focusing on AI. Xbox becomes more expendable. And as another user,
they really are. From the very beginning, Xbox has always been expendable. It's just that, you know, they spent 100 billion and continue to spend more for this division, and they want a return. They definitely want a profit. I talked about the other divisions a lot earlier, them doing really well, and this division's like burning through cash. They want more out of this after they spent 100 billion.
Said Sarah Bond just posted on LinkedIn 4 hours ago about Xbox accessibility features from a repost. Seems odd if she knew she was resigning from Xbox that she would do a repost like this on LinkedIn. And that's actually the interesting thing here. Sarah Bond has not released a statement or...
Oh, detectives. Okay, there's another topic that he kind of brought to light, Detective Seed, so we're going to talk about him later. What's about Xbox accessibility features from repost? She knew she was resigning from Xbox. I think it's been going on for... I think she knew for like a month or two now, minimum. Because like if we look at Asha's new profiles, I think it was made like 3 weeks ago. So I imagine like the shuffle was kind of there already for a while now. So Asha started building her profile, you know, playing games and stuff like that. So they've known for quite a while. But the thing is, the original timeline was that they were gonna resign when the new hardware comes out. So that's quite the huge gap. The next Xbox hardware to now. Okay, that's a huge timeline jump.
Anything about this, which makes people believe that she might have been taken off guard by this decision. Maybe she wasn't as close to Phil Spencer as a lot of us thought she was. It's unclear why, you know, nothing has come about from her end, but I'm sure we'll hear something eventually. I have to believe that maybe she really did think that she was going to be the next successor for the Xbox division, and obviously Microsoft wanted to go in a different direction, bringing their AI lead to now take over. Very interesting. Again, I think this just screams dysfunction that's happening behind the scenes. We did hear from the Microsoft, one of their games marketing guys, really trying to hype up Asha Sharma, saying, I'm incredibly optimistic about the opportunity ahead under her leadership, which none of this means anything to me. And the big takeaway a lot of people have is just this. Ironically, it's over. Basically, declaration of Xbox's death. Microsoft will just absorb it. We're about to enter a new era of games for Copilot Live. And yeah, if they run the Xbox division, how they've run Copilot in Windows 11, my God, things are going to be a headache moving forward. Here in this
I don't use Copilot per se. I have it uninstalled, but I hear people, it's like it's so intrusive, it's everywhere. So yeah, they should stop trying to push that so aggressively.
Cool article. We also have some more reactions that have come about in regards to this massive event. Jeff Grubb saying, LOL, it's over. Manny Myers, I need a Succession-esque TV show depicting a version of what happened internally at Xbox the past year since Phil Spencer told them he would be leaving. I wonder how many people he actually told that to. Arthur Guy saying the fact that the only Microsoft Xbox letter mentioning Sarah Bond is Phil's, along with the fact that she didn't release a statement, suggests that this was actually messy as hell, and the story is going to get out faster than leadership could plan for. Bush leak shit. There has to be something more. Like, I think we all truly believe that there is dysfunction.
And what actually went on behind the scenes is not going to be shown in public, because like it's really a bad look for the biggest companies in the world. So you're not going to hear or see that what happened behind the scenes. But definitely it was messy, because they were supposed to. They still had a few years left. Phil and Sarah. They were waiting for the next gen before they, you know, throw in the towel. But you know, all of a sudden they're gone.
Something happened behind the scenes, and I'm sure she's pissed. Jesse Vitelli saying, I told my grandma Phil Spencer retired, and she started sobbing through the cascade of tears rolling down her face and hyperventilating. She muttered, Copilot, please draft an email thanking Phil for his brave service in the console wars. Oh, boy. RGT85 saying, rip Xbox, it was a hell of a run. Shrapnel, or yeah, Spell Nick saying, LOL fucking called it. Another person saying, Sarah Bond was the fall guy at Xbox. Jeff Keighley saying, what I hope isn't lost in today's news about Xbox is Phil Spencer is incredible. Again, the last couple of years, I think, really call into question some of his leadership.
Yeah, it's like, it's a sad way to end the career. He had a good reputation back when he wasn't the lead yet, back in the Xbox days, the Xbox 360 days. But when he took on the helm, yeah, he was doing well for a while, like introduction of Game Pass, making Xbox One a more viable and competitive platform. But, when he started acquiring these companies, that's when things went downhill. I think the major turning point when people started to really doubt his capabilities was when Redfall came out. We all know what a disaster that game was. Like can you really sustain this operation if you released a disastrous game like Redfall? I think that for me, that was the start of when I started to seriously doubt his capabilities.
I think the one thing you can say about Phil is that he was passionate about gaming. He actually was amongst us. Like, he was playing Fallout 76. He was playing all these video games over the years. And that was the running joke. It'd be like, Phil, the Xbox division's on fire and you're playing Gears of War or whatever. But yeah, some of the decision making the last couple of years, I genuinely think Phil deserves some massive criticism. But look, the Xbox division, yeah, it wouldn't exist without his input, especially right at the turn of the Xbox One and when that came about, and the terrible decision making that happened in those days. This is a Baldur's Gate executive saying, big hug to all my friends at Xbox tonight. My DMs are open if you want to scream into someone's face. Xbox would still be alive if they had put a third jet.
I would think a part of Phil and Sarah wants to scream over someone's face after. I'm pretty sure they gone through hell with all the other Microsoft executives and shareholders. I can imagine. I really do.
Set radio on there. Phil Spencer collecting his final Xbox paycheck. In the last 24 hours, yeah, it is bleak. Sony shut down Bluepoint, Phil Spencer retiring, Sarah Bond resigned, and Nintendo is selling $20 Pokemon GBA game.
Hot take, I'm okay with the $20 Nintendo with the Pokemon games. I don't see a big deal with that.
What is going on, bro? And then, yeah, Major Nelson even saying, wow, just wow. Mike Rose saying, say what you want, but Phil and Sarah made Xbox into a brand that people actually cared about, a brand that felt human. I mean, the last couple, there's I don't know if I totally agree with that one. And the Xbox team also posted, once Team Xbox, always Team Xbox. Like I said, I have very mixed feelings on some of these reactions here. At the same time, though, I can acknowledge that this Xbox team, Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, I do think that they actually cared about these games, these studios. Not sure what this new leadership team is going to, I just don't think that same energy is going to carry over. But yeah, my initial reaction to this is not positive. None of this screams confidence. I genuinely am extremely worried about Xbox's future, but I'd be lying if I said that this was the turning point in which I feel like Xbox is going down a very dark path, because that time was a while ago. Like, all of the price increases, all of the nonsense that was pulled last year just gave me strong indication that Xbox was in trouble. And the way that Microsoft has talked about this division makes quite clear that they want some massive changes coming about. Well, Asha Sharma has released a statement saying that she's totally against AI slop. She's not going to be including that. I guarantee that AI stuff is very much going to be...
AI is absolutely going to be part of the workflow, for sure. But I think what she means is, like, they're not just going to generate the game and release it. That's what she's kind of pertaining to. But absolutely, like, if AI helps expedite, the routinary, redundant work of the game development process, it's 100% it's going to be there. Absolutely.
Integral with her changes and philosophy that we're going to see with the Xbox division in the coming years. So be interesting. I right now have not seen much positivity surrounding this announcement, because I think we all see what the writing is on the wall, pretty much, people. But yeah, very interesting day, very interesting announcement. We'll see what that entails in the future. But let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. What do you make of Phil Spencer retiring after all these years, Sarah Bond resigning, and the Copilot AI, one of the leads, now taking over the Xbox division? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this. I'll see you later.
Like to the video. Okay. So yeah. What is it? Yeah. So my take on this new what do you call this? Wait, let me turn off the screen share for now. The new leadership is that it's not okay. I'm not saying she's 100% like the answer to Xbox turnaround. I'm not saying that. But I do think people are being too harsh or being too critical when she just got appointed to the role. So okay, let me read the comments first. I want a Xenosaga trilogy remaster. Yeah, me too. MGS is in my top 10 games of all. Yeah, it's like it's a good game. It's a good game. It's just that I got baffled by the story, but it's a fun game for sure. That and Square became exclusively focused on Final Fantasy, just like Game Freak turned into a Pokemon machine. They seem to be branching out now, which is good. Yeah, I do really like Octopath Traveler from Square Enix, and I do hope they make more new IPs, especially with the HD 2D. I feel like it's more, what do you call this? It's focused more on gameplay and storytelling, because Octopath Travelers, after playing Dragon Quest 7 and Octopath Travelers, like the gap in storytelling is so huge. Like I feel like Dragon Quest is too dated. Well, then again, it's a remaster of an old game, so I can't really fully be, I can't really hold that against them. But Octopath Traveler is more of like really the most appropriate modern JRPG. Death Stranding 2 is awesome. I still have one in my backlog for Epic Game Store. Xbox had the privilege of going unnoticed by the executives at Microsoft, so they allowed to cultivate their own code. Yeah, exactly. PlayStation kicking their ass, kick for the past 10 years has taken that away. Yeah, that's Microsoft always let Xbox to their own devices until Phil started buying out these studios, which for me, yeah, he never should have done. He could have been more cost efficient by building a new team in-house, and focusing on cultivating a few of them so that he can properly manage all of them. So what he did was he bought so many where he couldn't really monitor what they were doing anymore and how they were being managed. So yeah, that's why we got the shitty games we got today. Like I did Halo 5 for me. It's like the campaign was really boring. I couldn't get into the campaign of Infinite. I didn't like the open world, and yeah, Gears I never really got into it, to be fair. But what I've been told, yeah, the later games kind of sucked too. So yeah, he couldn't do the quality check or the proper operations management, which ultimately hurt his career and didn't justify Game Pass and that the acquisition of the developers, which a lot of them got shut down too. Although Ninja with it too. Let's save resources that Xbox just fade away, man. But the thing is, it's like a sunk cost fallacy for Microsoft. Like, they put in so much money that they have to, at that point, they have to try to make it profitable, which is what they're doing now. So while I don't fully agree with Legacy Killer that it's a bad thing, that's Phil and Saragon, I do think it's a good thing. I'm not fully on board yet with this new leadership. While I'm also not as negative as most other people with Asha. We don't need a new Xbox. That's true. We don't need new hardware right now apart from the Switch too. Honestly, like you can get a mid to mid-high PC right now is all you need. Like $1,000 PC can last for at least 5 years to play high-end gaming, in my opinion. She's as a little gamer as Phil. Yeah, at least she's trying. Okay, I'll show my screen in a bit. Like I'll defend her, but at the same time, I'm not 100% on board with her either. I just need Xbox to keep making controls to which is what they did for a time, and people were making fun of it. I remember one, like they announced a layoffs, then they announced the controller with the fire design, and the tagline was "Feel the burn," which is really funny. Which I think they took down, or they reworded it because it was really funny. AI is great as a tool, though. It's not her place. Yeah, exactly. I think that's her stance. This new Asha. She may have come from AI, but she's well aware that it's not gonna be all and end all of the development process. So I think she's well aware of that. If not, the community has made it very clear that we don't want that. Xbox old yeller themselves. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not optimistic with the hardware itself. It's like if they really want accessibility, like you can play Xbox everywhere, then just kill the hardware, in my opinion. Just kill the hardware. The resources allocated to manufacturing or outsourcing the manufacturing, just allot it to better video game development, better online infrastructure or stuff like that. No need for the hardware if you really want it to be, if you really want to give it, if you really want your games to be played on any device. going the way of Sega and going software only potentially. Yeah, I think if the signs are there that are telling us that they're headed there, but I think they should just do it already. Just do it immediately, as soon as possible. Like maybe in a year or two, then retire the ROG Ally. Because it's at the end of the day, it's the PC handles are super niche. I don't think it's going to be as mainstream as a lot of people are thinking they are. Not too worried. I'm sure Xbox taking note and listening to Stop Tubers on how to run their gaming. Yeah, look, I'm not really that pessimistic with Asha. To be fair, I'm gonna say why in a bit. I'm gonna tell you guys why. That's fair. It's never good to trust enterprise level AI like Copilot, especially if it's on your system. Yeah, I don't. It's like I use like Chat GPT and Claude. And a little bit of Gemini. I don't need any more. There's just so many of them in the market. I don't need that many AI generative software. So yeah, I took it out, and yeah, it started to get intrusive. Even in Notepad, there's a Copilot. It's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna uninstall this shit. Isn't Arthur guys that more from the SimCity online debacle? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that one. So anyway, where was that? Okay. So if we let me backtrack a little bit to Legacy Killers. Where was it that she showed her credentials? Here. So yeah, so he was saying, oh, look at her credentials. It's all about Home Depot, Coupang, Meta, Instacart. So why is someone not in gaming leading the charge in the gaming division? That's a fair argument. Yeah, I acknowledge that it would have been ideal if it was a gaming person, but look, on the other side, I retweeted Hypnotic on this on the Project Eggroll X account. Like Phil Spencer was already had that gamer credentials, and look what happened to Xbox. Look, it's in shambles. So I think people are giving too much weight on the person has to be a gamer in order for the gaming division to succeed. I don't necessarily think that's true. Maybe once upon a time, back in the earlier years of Phil Spencer, maybe once upon a time I would have believed that. But right now I'm not so sure. I'm not fully on board with that anymore, especially with given how Xbox is doing in the next couple of years. So I don't blame Microsoft for appointing her if she voluntarily put it, or even if she's forced. I think she has a shot, honestly, because can you really blame Microsoft HQ for wanting a business scaling person to lead Xbox? Because right, they blew hundreds of billions of dollars already to make this work, which is not. Let's be honest, it's not working. They're clearly losing a lot of money. The games kind of suck, and Game Pass is really expensive and stuff like that. So you need someone who's more oriented on the money right now to be able to propel it to profitability, which that's why I think they made this decision. They already tried the gamer route, which is Phil and maybe even Sarah Bond, and look what happened. It didn't work. So I think that's the part that people are missing. That's why I think she has a shot. I could be wrong. I could be eating my words down the line, but I think someone who has experience in scaling businesses, whether it's AI or other types of businesses, maybe there's that perspective that she can make Xbox. She can prioritize making Xbox profitable. And if we look at, okay, let me take this down for a moment. Is it this? There's a tweet here that says, give me a moment. Yeah, okay. I'll start with this one. No, not that one. Not that one. My bad. This tweet right here that she responded to. So, although it's counterintuitive to what Legacy Killer showed earlier. So the tweet was, as the new Xbox CEO, I hope that you understand how important exclusive games are, how games like Halo, Forza, Gears created an identity for Xbox and its players. So becoming a key point for Xbox success Xbox must only be an Xbox. And she replied to this. So of all the tweets that she could have replied, it's this one. So she is kind of seeing. I am kind of aligned with her with this. Like, you, at the end of the day, you need to have some level of exclusivity with your first party IPs. Okay. Yeah, I get it. It's not the pro gamer move where you can play it any device, but if you really want to build the Xbox brand, you really need to have that level of exclusivity. Like, at least Xbox for the first couple of months to a year, and then move it to PC. That's how I think they should go about it. Not the everywhere thing, but yeah, it's contradictory to what she said in the interview or in the statement. But so maybe a part of her is considering to make it exclusive. So I'm more leaning towards that. If you want Xbox, if you want to make more Xbox hardware, if you want to be a third party publisher, then scrap the hardware entirely. So it depends on what decision she makes. But I think she's kind of looking at it at both angles, and she hasn't decided yet. After all, she just started the role. So that's one. That's part of me thinks she's listening to people. At least she's hearing people out, despite not having the gaming credentials that people are looking for or ideally want. So what else? What else is there? Okay. Okay, I'm reading this is. Okay, this is already covered by Legacy Killer. I don't think you need to talk about this. So yeah, okay. I think I pretty much covered what I wanted to say with regard. Oh wait. Before that, okay, my bad. Because like I have so many tabs. There's one more I want to talk about with regards to this topic, and that's from Thomas Mahler. He's the director of No Rest for the Wicked. So okay, it's kind of zoomed out. Let me zoom in. Okay, so I'll read this verbatim and see. Okay, I wanted to sit down and write a few things about the recent news about Asha Shar becoming the new head of Xbox. Moon Studios obviously has a rich history with Xbox, and it's absolutely fair to say if the folks at Microsoft hadn't been early supporters, there's a good chance Moon Studios would never have exist. Okay, that's another angle that's not talked about enough. So maybe Phil and Sarah were responsible for making a lot of indie devs thrive. So, okay, credit to them for that from happening. I'll once again say some controversial things that I'll likely get in trouble for. But if you know me, you know I'd rather be radically honest and deal with the fallout afterward than play the strange corporate game that I've never really grown fond of. So, in other words, not parrot the same corporate speak, which is good. First off, I don't envy Asha. Yeah, exactly. Look, she just got appointed, and look at what people are telling her already. She's going to have an incredibly difficult few years ahead of her. Oh yeah, speaking of, yeah, I've seen tweets where people see her Xbox history and her tweet, and she just opened a Twitter account like a few weeks ago to a month ago. So my take on that is, what would you do if you were like a head of another department and then you were entrusted on this entirely new department? Like, right? What would you want her to do? Wouldn't you want her to be within the community, or at least try to start getting involved with the product, or getting to know the community? So I don't see what's wrong with her tweets about, oh, what's your favorite game? What do you think about Xbox? And then she just started playing Xbox. So yeah, what else was she supposed to do? I don't get why people are bashing her about that. So yeah, great. She just got the position and she's just starting. I would rather have someone who does that than not do anything at all. Would you have preferred she didn't open an account? Would you have preferred she did not open an Xbox account? I think that would have been worse. So I don't get the backlash on that aspect. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that. People, bashing about her gamer profile, about her opening an X just now. So I disagree on that part. So yeah, she's going to have an incredibly difficult few years ahead of her. Yeah, for sure. Her hair might go white the same way that Phil Spencer did. Like in a couple of years, Phil Spencer went, his hair became really gray. And if she genuinely wants to do things right, she's just signed up for a back-breaking, largely thankless job. Yeah, that's true. Especially at the state where Xbox is in, it's gonna be a long, long road where the odds of success are ridiculously lower than the odds of failure. Yeah, I agree. It really depends on how fast she can pivot and really cater to the core gamer audience. Time will tell if she was able to adjust. From a purely cold-hearted shareholders' perspective, it's fair to ask at this point why Microsoft, as a public company, is that's what I'm saying, right? So there's all their divisions are making them so much money. Why would you keep this laggard behind? And it's costed them a lot of money. It cost them over 100 billion to build, and they have nothing to show for it. As much as we gaming enthusiasts grew up loving what Xbox brought to the table, yeah, I did. I liked the 360 era. Microsoft is a giant corporation, and Xbox has historically never been a needle mover for Microsoft as a whole. I agree. Yeah, that's true. I've been saying, like, it's Xbox is such a needle in the haystack, and they've been losing the money. So if I were like the heads of Xbox, like I would have gutted Xbox a long time ago, or at least I would have sold it to another company. It's like why would I bother to carry this particular brand if all my other divisions are doing so well? I may as well focus on the ones that are doing well. If you look strictly at the numbers, their B2B business and the service like Azure generate multiple. Yeah, there you go. I'm like everything he says, I fully agree. What Xbox does. Yeah, there. I'm not. I'm not reading ahead, guys. When I'm commentating, I'm not reading ahead. So why even bother? I'd argue that if you only follow the numbers without understanding how you arrive at those numbers, you don't really understand business. Yep. Let's give a quick example. If I'm pretty sure Windows wouldn't have taken off the way it did back in '95 if it hadn't been for gaming. Yeah, back then I think gaming was like a catalyst to get people to Windows for sure. Because back then even now Mac is not really fully supported for games per se. Well, Mac is increasingly becoming more open, but back then it's like rare. You have very, very few games that are compatible for Mac. Because like Mac is viewed as like, the serious OS. It's only for those for the non-game, for people who are in the office, the business people. Because back then video game people are perceived as childish or man babies. Compared to now, at least people are more open. So yeah. I do think gaming did help propel Windows to be more mainstream or compared to Mac. He pushed for Windows and IBM PCs to become the place where people want to spend their leisure time and just to do work, not just do work. Yeah, that's true. He doubled down on the idea when he feared Sony with the PS2. Yeah, still the best-selling console. He could become a serious competitor in the living room. Hell, that's how Xbox was born originally. Yep. And yeah, Xbox could have maintained its identity had Phil not spent that much money acquiring these companies. Gates understood that gaming, as niche as it might have seemed, is clearly a force multiplier. Yeah, that's true. We can bring in another tech leader, Steve Jobs. Steve turned Apple in '97 after the company had squandered much of its potential and was basically much in the shitter. Yeah, he did it twice, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. One for '97 and one for the iPhone, which brought about the smartphone era. When he took over again, it seemed pretty much hopeless. But again, against all odds, he managed to turn Apple into the most valuable company ever. Okay, I'm not sure if it's Apple or if it's Microsoft now. I think it's a battle between the two. I think Asha is in a similarly difficult position. Yeah, she is. Xbox has spent years following a strategy that clearly hasn't worked. $80 billion spent on acquisitions, and so far acquired studios have had painfully little. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why Xbox got so much scrutiny. Back then, Microsoft didn't care. Xbox is a needle in the haystack. Like it didn't matter whether they do good or bad. But now that they spent that much money, they got to get their money back. Game Pass is supposed to reach 100 million subscribers within the first year, which plateaued already, and it's nowhere near the numbers they need to reach profitability. So yeah, no, I'm not sure if they can sustain Game Pass for that much longer, but we'll see. Like if they do, it's gonna be even more expensive. But already people are already upset that it's already $30 a month. Instead, it stagnated around 30 million with no clear path to the originally projected numbers. Putting Call of Duty in the Game Pass was probably the major Hail Mary. And even that didn't fundamentally move the needle. And the thing is, maybe Call of Duty could have contributed more. But again, because of extreme mismanagement, and they couldn't manage all these companies, even the quality of Call of Duty itself is down in the dumps. I think it's an all-time low now, especially with how Black Ops 7 went down. It's really, yeah, these IPs, they need to be better handled. First of all, I think that's priority number one for Asha, where there needs to be strong quality control for the studios that they have and the games that they're developing, and they need to stop catering to the DEI audience. They need to stop with the DEI hires and start listening to, to people like us who actually play games, who really like video games and want to play good games. I think that's priority number one. Then she can start, expanding the prioritizing the on the cloud stuff, the hardware stuff. But yeah, it's such an uphill battle. Which makes me wonder: was she forced into this role, or did she voluntarily choose to take on this giant gargantuan challenge? Which is admirable if she did. So the situation looks pretty dire. It looks like you've just been named the captain of a sinking ship. Yep, that's exactly what it is. But even that situation, there's a silver lining, and history shows that the strategy has to be. Steve Jobs already pulled off an even more difficult turnaround. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. So it clearly can be done. Here's what I think has to happen. Yeah. I'm getting ahead of this post, which is really funny. She needs to listen to game. I just said that earlier, like literally like a few sentences ago. Gamers are incredibly frustrated because they've been shouting from rooftops what they want and feel like nobody's listening, which is, yeah, for me, I think this at the end of the day, it boils down to this. Phil and Sarah didn't do this. That's why. Like everything else would have followed, or I think people would have been more forgiving and the business would have been more profitable if they just did this. They said they kept churning out garbage DEI video games. Like, who the heck wants to play a pottery crafting video game? The one that's being made by Double Fine? Like, I don't know what they're thinking. She needs to be willing to make radical moves. Yeah, what? Absolutely. Even if they make her unpopular in the short term. Yeah, I think she needs to go back to the exclusives model, which she acknowledged in the tweet earlier. So a part of her is thinking of going back to that route. So I do think they need to be Xbox exclusive, then PC. If you really want to build that Xbox brand again, why would people invest in Xbox? Okay, when internal studios fail to deliver, some heads will have to roll. I think they're not rolling enough. Not enough heads are rolling. Leadership has to come in, identify who can actually execute and who is standing in the way of charge. The thing is, though, they fired most of the people who can, or they just simply quit because they couldn't stand the BS going on in the management. Those who aren't willing to change have to get the boot. Uncomfortable but necessary. For me, they have to do this already now because like the games released by Microsoft are garbage. Anyone who has ambitions beyond delivering incredible gaming experiences and pushing the medium forward really needs to go work somewhere else. Beyond delivering. Okay, I think it should be not delivering, not beyond, because like beyond makes it seem like he wants to do a job that exceeds expectations. That's what it sounds like. I think that kind of person's fine. But if you don't want to be in gaming, then get out. Yeah, it's important that you have love for gaming, like like Pal World, right? Like they recently implemented a policy like you need to have a Steam profile for them to check if you really are a gamer before you get hired at Pal World, which is pretty base. You shouldn't try to win a culture war. You should try to make Xbox the #1 game. Exactly. And for you to do that, people need to be invested in Xbox in particular, not Xboxes everywhere. If it's everywhere, then why would I bother buying the Xbox hardware or being in the Xbox ecosystem per se? If it's everywhere, competition is healthy. It makes everyone give their best. Yeah, because like I don't want Xbox to die because Sony will absolutely do crazy anti-consumer shit if left on their own. And I don't consider Nintendo as a direct competitor. There are no shortcuts. Yep. She has to be able to identify and obsess over quality. Yep. Yeah. I'm pretty much on sync with Thomas here. Xbox will need truly exceptional genre-defining games. Yeah, exactly. Anything else than that, the ship continues to sink. Yeah. Yeah. It's like whenever I'm commentating on him, what he says next is what I just said. Okay. That has to mean partnering with studios that are deeply connected to gaming culture. Studios that understand players, studios that have proven that they can deliver games what gamers actually want. Yep. Which is what they're not. Like the studios right now is anything but this. That's the problem. Like, if there's some really banger games like there, right? Like a really good Halo or a really good Fable game or really good Gears of War game, I would stay subscribed to Game Pass if I keep getting that level of quality. I'm talking about the old games, okay? If Microsoft kept churning out that level of quality of games, not the Avoweds, the Flintlocks, the South of Midnights, nobody cares about that garbage, which is why people don't feel justified with the $30 a month subscription price. It's ridiculous because clearly the answers haven't been coming from the inside for quite some time. Yeah, they really need to listen to our feedback, not the DEIs, not the wokies. And gamers, let's be realistic. Even if Asha turns out to be a force for good in the industry, she won't hit a home run every single time. No one does. Yeah, Xbox and Microsoft is just too big for one person to make to for the decision making. Somewhere along the way, there's gonna be someone else who made the decision, or a higher up is strong arming Asha to make this decision, even though if it goes against her wishes, which is probably what happened in a lot of instances for Phil and Sarah. To be fair, the iPhone itself could have been a massive failure if Steve hadn't listened to people like John Carmack, who warned that shipping a completely closed platform without an app store and third-party devs getting proper access to the hardware would be a serious mistake. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So, yeah. So, but this is a double-edged sword too. Third-party devs. So do not listen to Sweet Baby Inc. First of all, do not listen to the Dustborns, to the Relooteds of the game industry. Listen to the ones that are actually successful with a proven track record. Okay, and work your way from there. Like incentivize them to develop games in your platform. Leadership is never about perfection. It's always about being clear about your vision and being willing to listen and to ruthlessly ensure that your vision will be realized. And pivot if necessary. I think this is another mistake that Phil and Sarah didn't do. They didn't want to pivot. They wanted to go all in, and which was clearly not working anymore, and they didn't want to pivot. And it's they just blew too much money too at the end of the day. They couldn't pivot anymore because they bought Activision. Ultimately, change is good. Change is needed. They need to change. Absolutely. Xbox now has a chance to flip the table. Yeah, I think I'm not. I know. I'm not. Oh yeah, she's the messiah of Xbox. She's gonna turn things. No, okay, but I'm not as cynical as most other people about her, despite her background. I think she might have a shot. I think her difference in perspective might be what is needed for Xbox right now. And they'll have to, if she wants to do things the right way, it's going to be a pretty shitty job for quite some time. Yeah, it will. But if she wants to look at it positively, if she turns things around, she's going to be highly revered as one of the greatest people in gaming per se. So if she manages to pull it off. But it can be done if the person at the top has the right instincts and can rally the right people around her. Yeah, that's true. Whether she's that person remains to be seen. Yes, exactly. So I'm not optimistic. At the same time, I'm not too cynical. I hope she is. Whether you like Xbox or not, gaming is in a better place with a strong Xbox directly competing against everyone else. Yeah, agreed. I don't want Xbox to die because, especially with Sony right now, it's not a good road for them either, unless they go back to making good single player games. Okay, I'm kind of exhausted from all that talking. Anyway, so let me check the comments. You don't know what you have until it's gone. Yep, that's what I think about Xbox. Imagine the modern day Sony keep releasing live service after live service stop. It's gonna be really, really bad. I'm not sure there's any one person that could save Xbox. Yeah, yeah. It needs to be, she needs to get the right people behind her. If it's like a Wookiee running a dev team, you gotta gut them, like the Matt Hansons, and all the other, modern audience people in their studio. They gotta gut those people. If they don't have what it takes to make a good video game, or they don't have the right thought process to it, and all they want is just to send the message, you gotta take them out. The culture is dominated by Microsoft now. They don't care about what core gamers want, are driven by risk averse decision making. Along with, it's the same, I think, for Sony and Nintendo. Well, Nintendo's trying to innovate more, so give them credit for that. Because, like, given how expensive games are to develop now, I don't blame them. But at the same time, make it good, in my opinion. Like, it's like, they should really stop focusing on photorealistic graphics and visual fidelity, and focus on innovative gameplay, innovative storytelling, or risky storytelling, even. Like back in the day where games used to be, not as predictable and not as straightforward. I miss those types of games. So we'll see with Sony, especially with the recent development right now, and given, like, what happened with High Guard, with Concord, and they're about to release Marathon and Horizon Hunters Gathering and Fair games. Sony should realize by now that live service is not the answer. It ain't. They should go back to making what they do best, which is single player games that are sustainable to create. They don't have to make it very expensive, because I think they have the expertise to make it good looking already without it being too expensive. Since they should be masters of that already by now. So they should go back to making those type of games. So whether they do it or not, which I hope they do, given the number of failures they have with live service, I think they should start pivoting already, if they haven't already. Seems like Microsoft as a company is falling apart. Their Xbox division, Hertz Donut, is falling apart. Their other divisions are doing just fine. I think. Okay, let me do a search. Let me do an AI ask. Is Microsoft the most valuable company in the world right now? What does AI say? What does Google Gemini say? Oh, it's actually Nvidia. Yeah, Microsoft's in second place. So yeah, so if you're second place as the most valuable company in the world, I don't think I don't think you're falling apart. Team Xbox, yeah, they are, which they're trying to address. But Microsoft as a whole, they're doing fine. They really are. And even if they don't, they have a lot of cash to keep them afloat for quite some time. Only so much time to play. Yeah, that's me. That's me in a nutshell. Most people that even bother with an MMO or live service game will only want to do one. Exactly. It's like, it baffles me how much the executive or investor side do not see this. Like, how is it me who just plays video games? I'm just a regular gamer. I know that for a fact that you cannot convince people to move to your game if they're so deeply invested in a skill-based competitive game. There's no way you can play more than one. There's just, you can, but you're gonna be chances are you're a casual player who has a regular 9 to 5, who just usually plays these games with their friends or colleagues and stuff like that. So it's it's pretty much a done deal market. I can't imagine how any more of these competitive live service games can stand out, unless it's a completely different uh, concept, like something that's not Minecraft, or something that's not like Counter Strike or Valorant or Apex. Not an FPS, not a not a city builder, not make your own fun kind of game. It has to be something radically different. But which is, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it anytime soon. But anyway, okay, let me get a drink of water. I've been talking for pretty much 2 hours straight. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I needed a sip of water. I was parched. So so we know Team Xbox is kind of in a major restructuring right now. So I really do hope it's for the better, but it's not rose. It's not so roses are not that red on the other side either because apparently, okay, wait. This is so annoying. It's not doing so hot in Team Sony either, with the announcement earlier this week that they chose to lay off Bluepoint of all studios. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. It's like if anyone needs to get laid off in Sony, it's Herman Holst. Okay? Jim Grind, I'm glad he's gone. Okay, those were the two pioneers on going all in the live service. I remember a couple of years ago, when I saw that chart, like when they made a compare and contrast on their portfolio priorities on genre and games, I remember there was a bar graph like this used to be our single player games and this was our live service games. Then the new chart on the next, like this is our live service game priority and this is our budget for single player games. Like what? Like holy shit! Like that's for me back then. Even back then, I felt like I think you're going way too hard on this in a market that I can see quickly being saturated. I think this is too much of an all in for Sony. And lo and behold, I was right. And the sad part is it's not it's yeah, some Concord got laid off and it costed them 400 million. But did the single player studios really have to suffer for are they really the ones that had to be let go? It's like the say what you will about like Demon Souls remake because I've been seeing discourse online that the remake sucks compared to the OG. I don't know. I haven't played them. I haven't played the game, so I can't really speak for it. But it's like you would think by now with all these live service losses, they would think they'd want to keep their single player projects on board or intact, or they keep the talent with their single player games there to develop, the games that they used to make that are well received. But apparently, they decided to shut down Bluepoint Games, which is I think this topic everyone's on board that this was the wrong move. I think they should have stayed on board, And yeah, it was revealed by Bloomberg. Sony Entertainment has shut down Bluepoint. Yeah, it's crazy. This one's crazy. 70 people, and yeah, the last game they made was Demon Souls, and it's not really their. Okay, we're gonna talk about this a little bit more in a bit. We're open. Let's talk about what Herman Holst said. Yeah, if anyone needs to be let go, it's this guy. It's really this guy. This guy's hurting the business overall. He allowed the live service games. He allowed woke games, and really bad move for PlayStation to move their HQ to California. It never should have left Japan. At the same time, we're operating in an increasingly challenged industry environment. Rising development costs, slowed industry growth, challenging player behavior, and broader economic headwinds, and making it harder to build games sustain. You know what? To mitigate all this, Herman, is to make single player games. I mean, I don't have the full email with me, but he did say Ghost of Yote did well. So why don't you double down on that? Despite our issues last year talking about the game, the discourse with should have been Jin Sakai, blah blah blah, it still did well. So maybe you should be doing more of those games. Just say there, because like if once you release the game, there's no more recurring costs, no more server costs, no more upkeep, less overhead overall, in my opinion. So I don't know. I really don't get PlayStation. I really yeah. To navigate this reality, we need to continue adapting and evolving. Yeah, go back to making single player games. We've taken a close look at our business to ensure we're delivering today while still well positioned in the future. As a result, we'll be closing Blueprint. I don't. It's nuts, dude. It's nuts. Though I did read the director of Lords of the Fallen 2 is looking to recruit people from Bluepoint, so I do hope a lot of people at Bluepoint get to work there. Because yeah, I do have Lords of the Fallen 1 in my library, but I have not played the game yet. But hopefully I can. before the second game. Yeah, pretty much the author of this is also frustrated. This is a slap in the face. Blue Point delivered critically acclaimed single player games. Yeah, exactly. That's the core competency of PlayStation. Yeah. Oh, they also made Shadow of Colossus and Gravity Rush. Yeah, it's like anyway, so then again, I'm gonna try to level a more level playing field here. So I'm not just gonna bring up the what do you call this, the our side of the spectrum. There's also another side to it actually that was brought to light yesterday by Detective Seeds. So this one I bookmarked for today. So yeah, Detective Seeds, the guy earlier from Legacy Killers video. So he managed to get an interview with two former Blue Point employees. So they were able to disclose a lot of detail about how things went down. So let's take a read. So it's we hate PlayStation for laying them off. At the same time, they're not 100% clean either. So that's the gist of this tweet. But anyway, let's go down. Let's break it down. On February 20, I communicated with two employees with LinkedIn who were with Blue Point Games. I reached out on LinkedIn via message to numerous employees. Two talked to me. One said, not right now. They are technically still employed. Others did not. Oh, so we might get an update if he managed to get this one more. I talked to them separately in messages on the condition of anonymity. Yeah, obviously, you don't want to be revealed because of NDA. Each of these individuals had different roles within the studio and were in completely different departments. Prior to putting this info out, both confirmed they are no longer employed with the company. I am only sharing this info as there's no risk of job loss to the source. And even it's also important to consider that they never get revealed, even if they don't have a job. Because that's not a good look either if you're looking to work in a new studio. Because oh, this is the guy who leaked details. I don't want to hire him. So you have to be careful of this kind of thing. Both stated that the God of War live service game they were working on was here's the important detail. So it was them who wanted to work on the God of War live service. So it was not forced upon them, apparently, which most of us, if not everyone, thought it was looking outside in thought during their work on God of War Ragnarok as their next game. So they set that pressure on themselves, apparently. But you could also argue they shouldn't have allowed it. But given, Herman Holst and Jim Ryan, oh yeah, we really want live service. Okay, go ahead. So that's probably what happened. Everyone enjoyed the God of War universe. And with PlayStation wanting the live service games, Blue Point pitched this game as yeah, they never should have pitched it, and PlayStation should have approved it. But yeah, unfortunately, this happened. However, they missed several deadlines. It became apparent how large of an undertaking the project was for. Yeah, that's crazy for me. It's like, I would think people who work on video games would be more in the know on how much of a scale it is to develop a live service games over someone like me. Like for me, I know live service games are hard to make. I know they're expensive to make compared to single player games. So I don't know why they set themselves up. Maybe they wanted to, be on the good side of PlayStation. Oh, Blue Point is like the best studio ever. And it backfired, apparently. It backfired hard. One of them said project sounded good, but we really should not have been doing a live stream. Exactly. It was out of norm, out of our bandwidth. Yeah. They should have realized this. They really should have before pitching it. Ultimately, the project was shuttered after being given multiple opportunities, and Blue Point was tasked with pitching new project in 2025. Both said there was additional pressure turned up on deadlines on the heels of Concord being canceled. Yeah, okay, yeah. And yet they're still. Here's the thing, though. They're still making them. That's the thing. They're still making Marathon, Horizon, Hunter's Gathering. But yeah, we'll see. Both said they thought having the live service game cancelled was the right move, so they can move on to project more. Yeah, which is the right thing. You know, you gotta pivot. It's not working, you gotta pivot. But the sad thing is, there was afterwards, the studio stopped working on the current any greenlit project, so they had not secured any greenlit projects since God of War. So for the past several years, since they canceled the God of War live service game, they tried making new games, but it never got the green light. It makes me wonder what they've been working on. Honestly, not one project could have been greenlit. But yeah, that's ultimately what happened. So it's not entirely placed on PlayStation either. Granted, majority is on them, but a good portion of it is also on Bluepoint for trying to undertake a live service game. Both said any reports of them currently working on an approved project with funding are not accurate. So they never got an approved project for the past several years. Yeah. 4 project pitched to PlayStation and they never got greenlit. One of them said 2 of these projects were remakes they wanted to take on, but PlayStation did not believe it would be successful. Ouch. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like, it's overall just mismanagement. Apparently, yeah, for sure. Do what you do best. Exactly. This is what they tried to pivot on. I did ask if I could have the names of the projects, but I'm willing to bet. Okay, wait, let me continue this. And the reason is that at least one of them is pitch projects being worked on by another studio, and they do not want to be responsible for putting that info out. I followed up on why they did not get the green light, but someone else did, and they did not know. Okay. This for me, I think, is the Bloodborne remaster or remake. You know, because like, yeah, whoever this person is, he or she's gonna get into a lot of trouble if that gets leaked. I get the feeling it's Bloodborne 2 for the PS6. For me, I think that's a really good move, business-wise. Okay, business-wise, for Sony to sell the PS6 because they really need that game to reel people in. They need that exclusive game to reel people in to get them invested into the new hardware. Otherwise, there's no reason to. Like the incentive is so weak for you to get the new hardware. That's what I think. I think this is Bloodborne 2. Bloodborne 2 or remake of Bloodborne. One stated that PlayStation did offer the considering Bluepoint made the remake of Demon Souls, it wouldn't surprise me that they were supposed to be the ones that make the Bloodborne, or they wanted to, but they assigned to another studio. That I don't know why they choose to do that, but anyway, they chose to do it. One stated that PlayStation did offer them job opportunities within Sony Interactive Entertainment due to what they do. The other stated they did not. So it depends on what position. So I think that's quite normal. One said that the atmosphere had soured in their view after God of War. Yeah, they went downhill after the live service God of War, which is sad. I don't think they deserved it just because they got in over their heads at one point. Like they weren't given a chance anymore. I think they could have gotten, like, they should have given at least a game or 2 out before they cut them off. That's what I think. But I think this cut was too preemptive. It then got worse after the projects were then pitched. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is I believe this story. It makes sense. They said several had left the studio prior to closing, and they thought the headcount was in the 50s at the time, closing maybe 60s. One stated they were fine with how the studio closing was handled, but the other person said they were not happy with how things. I can imagine people are more unhappy. You know, at least give them one more game, at least one more. And if that fails, then okay, pretty reasonable, quite reasonable, given how expensive it is to develop games. At least give them one more game, and not just kill them off just because their live service game didn't push through. I asked details, and they said it was just the way it was communicated. Both said there was more that happened behind the scenes, but they were not directly involved with those conversations, and hope others will give their side once they are no longer the studio. Yeah, I can imagine more of them will step up if 2 of them are already willing to say something. The consensus after several pitches were declined, in their opinion, was that they were not going to get a project greenlit, and it was a matter of time until they were closed. Eesh. Yeah, it's like, what? I imagine a lot of 4 games, right? They pitched 4 games after the God of War live service got canceled. If I was a developer, if the second game got rejected, if the second, I would start looking for workouts in another studio already. I think that's the writing on the wall, in my opinion. It's like, yeah, my job is not safe anymore. I asked about other potential studio closings. One did not want to discuss studios they did not work at. The other stated they have friends at other studios, and there are a few studios that they believe will be closed or more staff reductions in the near future. Ouch. It's going to be crazy if it's more single player studios. One did give me the names of studios that they thought were next, but asked me not to share this part out of respect to those other studios. Okay, makes sense. And I agreed. I'm thankful they took the time to communicate with me and trust that I would not use their names. Yeah, okay. All research for this was done through LinkedIn. Make sure, okay. Yeah. So shout out to Detective Seeds for that detective work to reaching out to these 2 employees. Yeah, it makes sense. It does. It makes sense that this how it turned out. But yeah, at the end of it, it was still PlayStation who greenlit the live service project, which shouldn't have. And when they tried to pivot, they should have at least gotten one more chance to make a single player game. And if it flopped, then yeah, dissolve the company, not dissolve them preemptively. It was, after all, it's still a talented team. Anyway, yeah, sad. So PlayStation isn't doing that great either. At least PlayStation first party. I think PS5 sales are doing just fine. I think I read an article earlier in Japan, like PlayStation was the leader in terms of hardware sales for January. So yeah, PlayStation can still pivot, at least compared to Xbox, in my opinion. So let me read the comments. Sony's eerie, similar to what is happening with Xbox when it comes to corporate mismanagement. Yeah, not as bad, but still quite bad. They're merely winning by default because they haven't made as many critical. Yes, yeah, they haven't fell as hard, which is crazy. In my opinion, I think all these business execs in the video game companies are the reason why video games suck and are failing. Yeah, they're playing it too safe. They're putting too much risk, and they're not vetting their hiring process enough. They're adhering to ESG hiring practices. They're not listening to us to what makes good games. What games are we looking for? Even though a lot of people are saying, "Oh, bring back Sly Cooper, bring back Ape Escape, bring back." There's Sony themselves have so many IPs that they haven't touched for a long time because they're so risk averse right now. They want sure home run, photorealistic games, which I think partly to blame is the staff that they have right now, because the dev teams, they actually want to make movies, not video games, which is why Sony first party is where it's at right now. It's all about the pretty visuals, the walking simulators, and the creativity just died out. Back in the days where visual games were more artsy rather than photorealistic and in different genre, platformers, Metroidvanias, you know, JRPGs even, they killed all that in exchange for photorealistic generic shooter or action games, walking sims. Yeah, and this is the result of that. People that's yeah, I do hope they get to pivot and diversify. It's smaller scale projects that are a lot less risky. And if they have to cut, lay off more people, the people who don't deserve it, the people who can't really who don't have talent, then do it. Do it. If you gotta pivot in a massive way to go back to profitability. Everyone wants to be the next Fort, but the thing is, they should realize by now that it's not happening. Like, look how many companies tried. The market is already, it's already there. It's already saturated. If you want another live service game, it has to be a different genre. It can't be an FPS. It can't be Minecraft. It has to be something radically different, which usually only happens from indie or smaller teams. AAA doesn't have they don't have the risk taking backbone anymore to be creative. played both their great. So yeah, there you go. It's like I think at least give them one more game, and if it flops, then so be it. That's the time they were let go. But they pulled the plug far too early. Sony's still riding the wave of PS4 winning the last year. Yeah, and I think there's still games that are coming out on PlayStation 4, which is like we're so deep into the PS5 cycle, and they're still releasing it. It just shows you that we don't need high-end hardware anymore. We really don't. Like it kind of highlights that PS6 is really not needed if games can still run on PS4. Highly likely the Bloodborne remaster will be yeah, I really do. PS6 launch title, just like Demon's Souls for PS5. That's what they're planning, and that's probably the game that the former employee didn't want to say. I really do, and for some reason they should have just given that to them, to Blue Point, since they already have experience with Demon's Souls, but they decided to give it to another studio. I don't know what Sony's doing. I don't. I doubt we'll even get it on. We'll get it for PC. They'll keep it locked away on PS6. Yeah, they need something to incentivize people to get the PlayStation 6 because like they want to keep the console business running as long as possible and as profitable as possible. So, in a good pro consumer perspective, it's bad. But if they want their hardware to continue to sell, that's what they have to do. Like what I've been saying for Xbox, if they want the Xbox hardware brand to continue. So it depends on what Asha's going to do. If she wants to go back to the exclusive route or continue to make it more accessible for everyone. Anyway, okay, what did I have next? Oh, okay. So yeah, so I have here okay. I'm kind of exhausted from talking straight for so long. So I'm the next stop is pretty timely. Is actually we're gonna give a shout out to once again to Endymion. So he just made a video about this today, I believe. So I have not seen this in its entirety, but let's see what he has to say about the situation, and I'll chime in to whatever he says about the situation. Okay, this is the PlayStation Studio layoffs, and here's Endymion's take.
If there's one thing I love beyond
Okay, these headphones shut down by themselves if it doesn't have any audio playing for a long time because I just kept talking for the longest time.
if there's one thing I love beyond anything else in video games, it's the
It's super fast. Wait. How many minutes is 20? Okay, it's fine if I keep it at normal.
classics, those games made back in the day where the graphics may not have been incredible, their worlds weren't the size of countries, and things like battle passes didn't exist. But those older games had something we didn't see as often. They had heart and soul, and usually as time passes on, those games kind of get left behind. Thankfully, there was a studio named Bluepoint Games that took some of these older games and then remade them completely so that newer generations could also enjoy them. They did Shadow of the Colossus, Demon's Souls, Metal Gear Solid, Uncharted, the Nathan Drake Collection, God of War, and many, many more. Bluepoint were
I had no idea they did that many. I didn't know they did Uncharted. Wow. Yeah, that stings even more if they did that many games. Damn. Oh, holy cow.
masters at taking older games and then bringing them forward to newer generations. Sure, people had problems with things they would do depending on the remake. I mean, for example, a lot of people didn't like the visual changes that they made to Demon's Souls.
I've seen Cabrutus's tweets. He was kind of shitting on Demon's Souls, and he didn't like he doesn't like Bluepoint in general because like stuff like this. But I mean, some people liked it, so I'd rather people stay employed, and if they're willing to change it, I don't think Bluepoint are the wokies who are shitting on people anyway. So for me, I don't think they deserve to be gutted just because of this kind of change. If they made this like an attractive white female, they made her a black lesbian. Okay, yeah, you deserve to be laid off. But for something like this, I don't think so.
For example, that's one of them anyways. But largely speaking, I think personally that Bluepoint was a net positive on the industry, and there were plenty of games that they could have remade going forward. My hope was always that they were going to remake Dark Souls after Demon Souls, but then the news came out, and this is from Bloomberg, where they confirmed that Sony has officially closed down Bluepoint and laid off all of its staff effective immediately. This has, I'm not kidding, pissed off pretty much everybody across social media, and I agree 100% that this was not the right move whatsoever by Sony at all. And this also proves to me more than anything that Sony's priorities are completely out of whack. They've lost all sense of knowing what their fans want these days, and they're heading down a path I personally believe will do nothing but continue to dilute and ruin the PlayStation brand going forward. Bluepoint was
It wouldn't surprise me later this year if they're gonna lay off more single player studios, which is terrible, terrible idea. And fair, that's a mind baffling thing. Fair Games, I believe, is still in development. Crazy.
founded in 2006 by veterans who used to work at Retro Studios. You know, the people who do Metroid Prime and more? Yeah, those same guys. Anyways, they were a group of talented developers that weren't about really chasing trends or making live service shooters or building some new battle pass nonsense. They were doing something much harder than any of that. They were rebuilding history. It was never about nostalgia baiting people into buying these games either. It was all about resurrection and making these games into something special so that we could all
Okay, it's not necessarily something entirely new. You're just reviving old franchises, remastering it. So it's not something completely original. So a little bit of disagreement there.
relive what made us love these sorts of games all over again. Demon Souls, despite what people say about the character visuals, I personally still found that remake to be very fun to play, but I do agree that some of the visual changes were not very good. But we still can't deny that the technical state of that game was solid. The haptic feedback of all the PS5 controller things was honestly insane. I mean, you could feel the steel of your sword bouncing when you sliced into armor, or how your shield fell through the controller when you bounced and attacked back. It felt amazing. I can still feel the sensation of like playing Demon Souls in my hands in that remake, because in my opinion, it had some of the best haptic feedback ever on PS5 to this day. But
it comes at I'm not the it's nice having that unique haptic feedback, but it comes at the expense of the battery life of the DualSense is really bad, and the quality of the sticks is not good either. Because like the tendency of my PlayStation controllers is that over time the sticks like produce some kind of like ooze or sticky like liquid, because I think it's excessive heat or humidity. But it happened the soonest with my PS5 controller, and the battery life is just really bad. I don't think it's worth the compromise for that haptic feedback, but that's just me.
I think what Bluepoint proved more than anything was that you didn't need live service to justify next generation budgeting nonsense. What you really needed was passion and craftsmanship from people who actually cared about gaming to make something really special. And clearly that quietly contradicted the direction that Sony would want to take the PlayStation brand, and it was all for the worse. Bluepoint, however, was bought by Sony in 2021 and then closed down just 5 years later. It was a mess, if you ask me, a complete miss.
Yeah, I only found out in this video that I thought Bluepoint was around for the longest time with PlayStation, but I didn't know that they just got acquired 5 years ago, or less than 5 in this case, given they're gone now.
Fire, and proves to me that Sony doesn't really understand what people want anymore. Their entire approach to content pivoted and suddenly became about live service multiplayer titles all over, ensuring that their games had reoccurring revenue models, and that Sony's promise is that they wanted over 10 live service games built from the ground up to usher in a new era of PlayStation games. This led to a lot of redirecting. Studios that never made live service games got pivoted to create the games that they weren't comfortable with. Projects got reshuffled, and then even Bluepoint Games, a studio all about rediscovering the magic of video games through remakes, were suddenly pushed to make a live service game as well. Bluepoint was tasked by Sony's
I think at this time Endymion still hasn't read. I'm not sure, maybe he'll mention it later, but he didn't see the tweet by I forgot his name already. The detective guy. So, my bad, but yeah, I was trying to say it's like, because Bluepoint did have a hand in, wanting to develop the live service games. It wasn't forced per se.
creative direction to abandon remaking older games and instead use their talent to create a God of War live service game instead. As MPFirst.com reported last year, this God of War live service game was going to be set back in Greece, as in like the original games. They also show some in-game renders of the environments in this canceled game, but not sure I can show those without Sony, probably striking my channel, so I better not show them. But basically, just imagine Greek architecture, but now it's in 4K HD. I'm sorry. I would show it to you, but you know how companies are about these things. Anyways, this game got canceled by Sony after Bluepoint invested heavily into it. The reason why they were doing this game in the first place was because, in case you don't know this, Bluepoint also co-developed a little game called, God of War Ragnarok as well. So naturally, since they co-developed Ragnarok, they became uniquely positioned to understand how a game like this would work, hence the live service version they were doing. I still can't believe that Sony uniquely had a first-party studio that was intimately aware of how to remaster and remake games and develop things like God of War, Metal Gear Solid, Demon's Souls, Shadow of the Colossus, and Eco, and more, and went, yep, we're closing them down. Apparently, this God of War live service game had Hades in it as well. He was the owner of the armory that you would access, which probably meant that this game was likely a prequel of sorts before the events of the God of War game starring Kratos, because Hades was still alive, obviously. After Sony axed this God of War game, Bluepoint's next project was hinted by job listings to be a third-person action game, which could have been a God of War remake, and now that we know officially that the trilogy is being remade at Sony Santa Monica right now, I would wager that Sony...
Not a fan, by the way. I'm pretty much certain. I'm at 98 to 99% sure they will remove the sexy scenes, the boobas in the original games, and they're probably gonna make the gameplay like 2018, which is I'm not a fan of. I prefer the platformer third person, non-RPG mechanics of the original. Leave it as is, But yeah.
Sony took the project from Bluepoint and then moved it over there instead and then closed them all down. Still, the closing of Bluepoint, it makes zero sense because their closure had nothing to do with that team's talent at all. It was all Sony's fault. And really, it was the fault of one man that many PlayStation fans are starting to loathe the longer he's in power. That man is Herman Hulst. To understand the shift in Sony's priorities and what they were chasing,
they should have gone after him already. You should have been calling him out already back in Concord. Okay, he was the one of them. Him and Jim Ryan pushed Concord. They were the ones who decided, oh, we should buy the studio for 400 million. Okay, this guy's a hack. He really is. And Horizon is, which Adima's gonna say it later. His baby is Horizon. He was the one who pioneered Horizon, which is why you see so many Horizon games. Horizon Lego, Horizon Remastered, Horizon Hunter's Gathering. It's because he really wants it to be the definitive flagship brand of PlayStation, which is arrogant, and it's clear that the market doesn't want it. Look, okay, I'll talk about it more later when he brings it up.
You have to understand the man at the center of all of these decisions. Herman Hulst is the co-founder of Guerrilla Games, the makers of Killzone and Horizon. To say that Horizon Zero Dawn was a massive success would be an understatement because it was. It ushered in a new era for Sony PlayStation and sold millions of copies. It was also...
Okay, it sold a big contributor to its overall sales. It's because it's often bundled with the console. Like when the PlayStation 4 Pro launched, I think it came with it. When the PlayStation 5 launched, it came with Forbidden West. So yeah, they counted that as a sale also. So it's pretty sus on how you arrived at those numbers. And even then, I played both games. They're fine. They're not terrible, but I wouldn't put it as like one of the best games ever. I would still put OG God of War up there. I would put The Last of Us 1 above it. It's like, I think they're pushing this too hard. No, Aloy doesn't resonate with a lot of people and it makes sense because like she's like a Mary Sue for those who haven't played. It's like when she grows up, she's a G. She knows everything. She's incredibly skilled and stuff like that. Granted, they kind of explain because of her origin story, but even then, it's like there's no. It's hard to relate to her because she didn't have that hero's journey, where she got better over time. She's already good the moment she became a young adult. That's how they made it in the very first Horizon game. So that's why she's not a likable character. And the story's all right, and it kind of has like woke-ish elements to it. So yeah, especially the expansion of Forbidden West, where she has a lesbian lover and all that.
Also a game that combined open world with cinematic storytelling with next generation graphics at the time. Due to the massive success of Horizon, Herman Hulst was offered to lead PlayStation Studios to create a PlayStation that could replicate the success of Horizon but across everything. Because of this, Herman Hulst becoming the architect, if you will, of Sony's first party strategies going forward, and under his own leadership, PlayStation's expansive got, let's just say, very, very aggressive. There were many studio acquisitions. Suddenly Sony wasn't exclusive anymore, but they were releasing their games on PC platforms like Steam, as you know, and a big push also for multiplayer and live service investments all over, dude, like everywhere. Herman Hulst wasn't just destroying PlayStation yet, but he was transforming it into something that it clearly wasn't before. Sony.
Yeah, I wish I could find that graph. It really it scared me to a certain capacity when I saw that graph, where they compared like the level of investment they had with single player and live service before and current. Like it was a huge staggering like back when live service was here and single player games were here, they showed that we're prioritizing our investment to single player here, live service here, which is look what happened after they did that. They're still suffering from that consequence even up to now, and they're still doubling down on that, which is I don't know.
Was going from these prestige single player dominance offering amazing games that defined their console for years to what I can only really call portfolio diversification, really. And unfortunately, not every studio would survive this new era and shift. One of the biggest misfires of Herman Hulst's reign of PlayStation was actually Concord, a $400 million.
Back then, people were just shitting on Firewalk and the developer who were shitting on people. I think Herman Hulst didn't get enough backlash for this. He was one of the brainchild of this, and somehow he still gets to keep his. He just got demoted, right, from CEO, I believe. So, yeah, I don't get it. You get to fail upwards in the entertainment industry. Maybe I should apply for the entertainment industry. I can fuck up and get promoted.
Or dumpster fire that was also meant to be the next Star Wars and the face of PlayStation for decades to come, and that is real and really pathetic, but it's true. Sony invested heavily into Concord, even buying the studio behind it, which is Firewalk Studios, to lead the charge. The game, as we all know, died in 2 weeks and was scrubbed from Sony's servers after appallingly low player numbers. But at its heart, it was, as Colin Moriarty of Last Stand Media, as seen here, said himself, he was told by people close to Concord that game was not only overtly expensive, but was also Herman Hulst's baby. Herman genuinely believed that Concord was the future of PlayStation. I mean, it was live service. There were plans for cross-media promotions through Amazon's Secret Level show, where it had an entire episode. They even planned more.
Maybe I should watch that episode in particular. Yeah, I did hear of that Concord was featured in Amazon, in the TV show of Amazon. But by the time it premiered, I think it already shut down. It's crazy.
Shows, even movies, and then some to expand Concord into their own unique universe. But after realizing that Concord would cost millions of dollars to keep it alive every single month to keep going, and it was generating like no money at all, Sony would pull the plug. Why in the holiest of hells was Herman Hulst still allowed to then lead PlayStation after this massive blunder? I question that honestly to this day. Because if you lose your company hundreds of millions of dollars and you cause reputational damage to the brand, that being PlayStation, you would normally be removed, replaced, and told, hey, your vision is not working clearly. But instead, Herman was just allowed to stay as the head of PlayStation.
I think this is okay, but you don't go all in, You could have made it much smaller with a much smaller budget. Having these projects to try something new is fine, but to go all in on it, yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
And continue his vision despite all of these massive losses and layoffs. Firewalk would be closed soon after, but again, after Herman Hulst's reign, we've lost plenty of studios already too. Like, look at this image. Everything here, including Blue Point Games, was closed.
Yeah, Japan studio, that's painful. Firewalk, it's fine. They deserve that. These other London studio, I believe, also made some good games that I like. These two, I think I've heard of them. I just forgot what games they made. Firewalk 100% they deserve it.
All under Herman Hulse's watchful eye. Japan Studio closed in 2021, Pixel Opus in 23, Neon Koi in 24, London Studio in 24, Firewalk also in 24, and now Bluepoint in 26. All of these studios, millions of dollars spent to keep them alive or acquire them in the first place, with both nothing to show for them and instead just a graveyard of lost potential, all under the watchful eye of Herman Hulse himself. This guy is ruining PlayStation. I'm just going to say it how it is. People can get mad at me all they want, but I have to say it if others won't do it. Herman Hulse made one very successful game in Horizon Zero Dawn and then decided that he apparently knew what Sony had to become to continue to be successful. And all he's done is actually ruin everything that he touched afterwards. Horizon Forbidden West didn't do as well as Zero Dawn. The Horizon Lego game flopped. Nobody remembers.
I didn't know it only had 400. Yeah, that's bad.
The Horizon VR game. There's that Horizon Hunters Gathering game that's coming too, another live service from Sony, because yeah, we need more of that, don't we? And they even, and I'm not kidding, as seen here, announced by Sony officially, Horizon Steel Frontiers, an MMO of all things that is being built for mobile and PC. Yeah, you heard that one right. This game isn't even coming at release on PlayStation, despite the game being an IP that wouldn't exist without that platform. None of this makes any sense, and I wager that Horizon Steel Frontiers will probably fail as well. And again, all of this is being pushed by Herman Hulse because again, Horizon's his baby and that's what legitimized him, I guess. Is it really any surprise that all of the unique games have either been axed or destroyed, yet suspiciously anything with the name Horizon on it is suddenly greenlit by Herman because this is what he thinks legitimizes his reign at PlayStation? For God's sakes, they remade Horizon Zero Dawn already, a game released in 2017. Yet Bloodborne sits at 30 FPS on PS4 with no remaster.
This is for PS6. That's really like all signs point that this is a PS6 launch title.
Of any kind to this day. If only Sony had a studio that could have remastered Bloodborne for them into 60 FPS and 4K. Oh, that's right, they did, but they kind of laid off everyone instead and closed down that entire studio because Herman forced them to make a God of War live service game that for the millionth time didn't see the light of day like so many other games before it. Remind me again why this guy should be running the PlayStation empire exactly. Like almost every decision he makes doesn't work. For every success, like a Helldivers, or I guess the first Horizon, we get like 5.
I suppose, yeah, I keep mentioning this before. This is another reason why you don't attribute an IP success to one individual. It really gets over their heads. So, you know, the Kojimas, the KG Inafumes, you know, it's a team that makes video games successful, not one person. So again, this is another another catastrophe because of that culture of recognizing just one person.
More blunders instead. The PS5 generation, arguably from a first-party standpoint, has been one of the worst lineups in PlayStation history, in my opinion. Every game, aside from Yote, costing way too much to make from the previous games in these franchises too. And the only real success stories being Ragnarok, I guess to name just something that actually crossed $1 billion in revenue. And by the way, Ragnarok, as we all know, was single player, but don't tell Herman that because he might close down Sony Santa Monica next if he finds out that too, because it's not live service. Robert Morrison, a developer who worked on Last of Us, God of War 2018, and Resident Evil 7, to name just a few, he said it how it is on Twitter, as you can see here, that we need to start normalizing laying off executives and not developers, and I agree.
Yeah, that's pretty understated. That's for certain. But yeah, and the thing is, even if you lay these guys off, they get a golden parachute and they can drive off the sunset. Which that's the fucked up part. That's the messed up part about capitalism.
Herman Hulse has done disastrous damage to PlayStation as a brand. The entire thing is losing its identity because Herman and his yes men keep pushing for no more exclusivity with their games, which obviously devalues PlayStation, by the way, chasing nothing but live service nonsense and ruining what people want, which is, of course, single-player games. Then Jake...
I think this is... Helldivers, one of the few exceptions that they made it successful, but correct me if I'm wrong. Arrowhead is not directly under the PlayStation. So it was even made by them. It was even made by PlayStation.
Jacob Navok, another guy who works in games, pushed back against Robert Morrison, that developer I just showed you, saying, as he said here in response, Sony executives pivoted to live service games because single player couldn't drive revenue. Look
Yes,
at
they
the
can.
Spider-Man 2 costs and performance. Don't get mad at Sony for doing the rational thing and placing bets on the more profitable potential output. If you know
This is a shitty take.
single player games are losers, you're better off attempting the live service route, even if 9 out of 10 times they don't make it. This is just rational business decision making. Let me
Okay, let's go back to that. Yeah, he uses Spider-Man 2 as an example. Well, that game failed for many reasons. It's not because it was single player, man. It's because we all know the controversies with Spider-Man 2, with Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement. You know, the way they shit on Peter, the way it's a lot of political propaganda in the quest and in the locations. You can't remove the pride flags and shit like that. So Spider-Man 2 failed because it was a bad game, not because it was a single player game. This is the equivalent of Andrew Wilson in EA, the CEO of EA, saying Dragon Quest the Veilguard failed because, what do you call this? Dragon Age the Veilguard failed because it didn't have live service. This is the equivalent. Except it's the other way around, with live service to single player this time around. It's funny how these higher ups think they're really in an ivory tower, an echo chamber in a 100-story ivory tower.
10 times they don't make it. This is just rational business decision making. Let me repeat that for you. This Jacob guy said that it's better to make live service games that fail 9 times out of 10 than to make a single player game instead. Again, this is their mentality across the board. This is why they're getting so many live service titles over actual games anymore that are being made. Because Herman Hulst and people like this Jacob dude here believe that it's better to take every studio that you own under your entire company umbrella and then just push them to make live service slop over and over again. Because even if 9 out of
I really hope PlayStation Japan takes back the company. You know, I know they're at war for quite some time now. I hope Japan eventually takes over again. The US doesn't deserve the PlayStation brand. They don't.
For the 10 times you fail, the one time you succeed was clearly worth it. This is where we're at with AAA development in first-party studios. Remember back in the day when you were spoiled with first-party offerings from Sony alone? Now you're lucky to get even one game a year.
Damn, yeah, I remember these. Yeah, I would want a new Infamous game. Granted, I didn't play a lot of them. I would, like, given a chance to play a modern, good Infamous game, I would play one. I would absolutely play one. Killzone 2, White Knight, Resistance. I played Resistance once. Yeah, back in the day, guys. Back in the day, we were eating good back in the day. Little did we know that games would become like this.
Year at best from Sony that does that anymore. And claiming that single player games don't drive sales is insane, or even arguing that exclusives don't matter is also just wrong, when Nintendo and their Switch platform has been raking in billions doing just that. Nintendo has kept their ecosystem locked since day one. They don't share nothing with nobody made in-house for since they began, pretty much. Unless you
hate it as in terms of in a consumer friendliness perspective, but it just works in a business. If you want these companies around for the long term and to be profitable, they have to, at least to a certain degree, they have to have some things closed into their own ecosystem. And it's working wonders for Nintendo.
You pirate their games, I guess, the only way you're going to be playing Zelda, Mario, or Pokemon is obviously going to be on a Nintendo platform. But this is why Nintendo continues to dominate, because they know that their exclusives will sell. Sony has opened the floodgates already. Now there's frankly no reason to really own a PlayStation over a PC these days, because nothing is exclusive, and Herman is killing that platform with his moronic decisions. Bluepoint didn't deserve any of this to happen to them at all, okay? They were a casualty in the ongoing war.
Well, kinda, but they, like I said earlier, to the people who just came in here, I read a tweet from, damn, I forgot his name. Do I still have the tweet? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. But there was a tweet by someone on X who managed to talk to the employees of Bluepoint. Bluepoint was the one who pitched the live service game, but when they realized they couldn't do it, they weren't given a chance to develop a new single player game anymore. So the fault is not entirely just Sony, but a good majority is on PlayStation. first to greenlight the God of War live service game, and second to not give them another chance.
Of executives all trying to create 1,000 Helldivers and Fortnites, not realizing that the amount of institutional knowledge that they are losing in the long run because they want to be the one to make the next Arc Raiders or something. Like the Demon Souls remake did pretty well. Look at the Metacritic score even. Bluepoint delivered a game that people actually enjoyed. Despite the changes to things like character models annoying some people, Bluepoint routinely still released highly optimized remakes that sold well and were still critical hits. This now makes me worried if Sony tries to acquire, say, Ember Lab. That's the makers of Kenna Bridge of Spirits and Scars of Cosmora. If I were Ember Lab, do not under any circumstances get obtained by Sony, because they will probably try to pivot you guys.
That's a good If there's any developer that's ripe to be acquired, it's Ember Labs. I enjoyed Kenna Bridge of Spirits despite some controversial takes, and I'm looking forward to the sequel, like I said last week. So yeah, this dev is 100% a valuable prospect for acquisition by AAA. And yeah, I hope they don't. I hope they don't bend the knee.
Well, from your beautiful single-player games into some slop live service game instead. But it all makes sense now why Sony went and bought Bungie for what they did, because Bungie only makes live service games. Yet despite buying Bungie, Destiny 2 has floundered for years now, becoming increasingly irrelevant and hemorrhaging players all over. Marathon is, well, I mean, truly their last chance. But in Sony's eyes, if Marathon fails, which I doubt it will, but let's say that if it does, it's okay. Apparently, because as long...
I think this has a longer staying power, Marathon, simply because it's Bungie. They have the brand recognition and they have a track record with Destiny, which once upon a time, it was a really, really well-revered game. So they have that compared to Concord and Highguard, which they didn't have the track record. They didn't have other games that had the cash flow to keep the business running. So I do think Marathon will have a longer run. I suspect maybe a year or two. If they play their cards right, maybe a little longer.
As you know, one good live service game comes out of all of these Grae scattered all over.
Marathon still think it's coming out on March, Mitchell Fields. It's coming out on March 5. But they're charging $40 for it though. So that's another hurdle. Because like it's hard to convince people to get into live service games if they still have to pay upfront.
It'll still be worth them, I guess. If you ask me, I'm just going to say it, Sony kind of sucks at making live service games. I mean, Helldivers was clearly an anomaly. Marathon, we'll see. It's not out yet as of them making this video anyways. But largely speaking, it's been nothing but flops. I mean, all these studios, millions spent with nothing to show for any of it pretty much. Constantly pitching ideas, starting up a game, killing it halfway into development, restarting it again, and then laying off more people again. Like, this can't be the way that Sony thinks it's going to be fostering talent anymore in the future. Bluepoint being the latest victim is sadly not surprising, because everything Bluepoint stands for is not what Sony wants anymore too. They don't want to remake older games. They want battle passes and cosmetics sold at a premium so that they can ensure that Herman Hulst always flies first class with a bottle of champagne.
Well, I'm not a fan of old remasters and remakes all the time either. I also want new IPs. Like for me, like it's really good that I gave Octopath Traveler 0 a chance. So new IP, ideally I want new IPs. And if it comes at the expense of, not that good at graphics or not open world, it's fine. I'm not looking for that anymore. I just want good gameplay, not necessarily state-of-the-art graphics. That's fine. I'm not looking for those anymore.
Campaign beside him when he travels to tell the next studio that, oh, you're closing down too. Just listen to how tone-deaf Herman Hulst is. This is from a company-wide email that got shared where Herman confirmed that Bluepoint is dead. Listen to this when I say and tell me how any of this makes sense to you. Hello, everyone. I wanted to share an important update from the studio business. As I mentioned in the December town hall, 2025 has some strong highlights within PlayStation Studios. Ghost of Yotei launched a critical commercial success. Death Stranding 2 further showed.
Yeah, here's what I said earlier. Ghost of Yotei launched a critical commercial. So even if, like, despite the controversy of this game, it still did financially well, apparently. The CFO said the same thing, although they didn't give numbers. So if it does well, why don't you, maybe that's a signal. Hey, maybe, single player games they're not dead after all. Maybe they're actually profitable. We should pivot. Maybe we should cut down on the live service and make more of these. I don't know. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach further showcased our commitment to narrative excellence. So that tells me it didn't do so well. Otherwise, he would have worded this differently. He would have said Ghost of Yote and Death Stranding 2, but he said Death Stranding 2 showcased. Yeah, that's just corpo language saying that it didn't do so well. Okay.
Showcased our commitment to narrative excellence, apparently, and Helldivers 2 and MLB The Show continue to drive ongoing player engagement and revenue. At the same time, we're operating in an increasingly challenging industry environment. Rising costs, slowed industry growth, changing player behavior, and broader economic headwinds are making it harder to build games sustainably. To navigate this reality, we need to continue adapting and evolving. We're taking a closer look at our business to ensure we're delivering today while still well positioned for the future. As a result, we'll be closing Bluepoint Games in March. This decision was not made lightly. Bluepoint is an incredibly talented team, and their technical expertise has delivered exceptional experiences for the PlayStation community. Dude, come on. He wants to thank everyone and blah, blah, blah. And he basically says, like, oh, this is all bad and whatever, but we're very strong from the future. You know, the usual CEO gobbledygook nonsense. This guy is tone deaf. We continue to apparently stay committed to story-driven games. But yeah, Bluepoint is dead and gone, which kind of kept that sort of thing alive, by the way, Herman, in case you forgot. The fact he even goes as far as to say that Bluepoint was amazing, yet he ended them anyways.
Yeah.
This man needs to be stopped being placed in the driver's seat before he causes more damage, honestly. By the time Herman ends up leaving PlayStation, it's going to become some twisted version of like Activision meets Blizzard.
Yeah, Herman Hulst should get the Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond treatment, honestly. It's long overdue. It is.
With a Sony logo attached to it instead. These sorts of decisions, they kill everything around it, but it's fine, guys. Don't worry. As long as 1 out of 10 live service games do well, the layoffs will keep coming. Because, you know, screw people's livelihoods and institutional knowledge, right? Why does that matter? We need another Fortnite, apparently. At least some good news comes of this. Marek Tominsky, that's the CEO of CI Games, the makers of Lords of the Fallen 1 and 2. He reached out publicly, as seen here, to anyone affected by the layoffs at Bluepoint. And
pretty based for him to do this. And yeah, it makes sense for him to hire those people. It does. So I hope they get on board and it makes Lords of the Fallen 2 a much better game. I do.
Asked them if they wanted to join the CI Games team in making Lords 2 or even working on their future games. Again, the institutional knowledge lost from Bluepoint shutting down is insane. And anyone who can grab some of those developers there who know how to optimize games and such, which is obviously very important, it's a great catch if you can do that. But ultimately, Bluepoint's closure wasn't an isolated event, unfortunately. The industry is, recalibrating itself. And when corporations tend to do this sort of thing, specialists are oftentimes some of the first to disappear, which is completely wrong to me. So it's not that Bluepoint failed creatively. It was always, in my mind, that they were simply caught in this strategic crossfire, or however you want to put it, pretty much. And it's never not going to annoy me that Sony keeps making all the wrong moves like they keep doing these last couple of years. Look, okay, Bluepoint was a bridge between generations for many players. They proved that you could honor the past without exploiting others like so many others do these days. They proved that fidelity matters to people, and their closure, it marks the end of a very particular era of PlayStation. That of quiet excellence, of respecting the past while, forging that future and ensuring that amazing games of the past are both celebrated and respected like they should be, instead of chasing what doesn't matter to anyone but executives who are completely out of touch. But for Sony PlayStation as a collective whole, the question now comes down to this. Is what Herman Hulst is doing with his power over Sony an evolution of PlayStation, or is it just more erosion? Time will tell, but based on the track record so far, Herman has done far more damage than he has done good for Sony. And this isn't the end of the industry changing. I mean, not even close, but Bluepoint, they deserved better. Japan's studio deserved to exist. All of these studios, maybe minus Firewalk because he did Concord, should have been given a chance at least to make something new. But hey, I guess none of this matters.
They spent 400 million on that thing, and the developer was shitting on people for criticizing his game. So yeah, they deserve to shut down. And Concord was like, if I remember correctly, they intentionally made their characters ugly, and they intentionally inserted the pronouns to divide people. So no sympathy for me. Sorry.
as long as 1 in 10 live service games does well, right, Herman? I mean, what's next? You're going to shut down Insomniac? Why don't you go shut down Sony Santa Monica if they don't make you another Battle Pass heavy cosmetic game instead, too? At what point are we going to finally realize that the fault of what's going on here isn't Bluepoint or anyone else? It's the people at the top. And until that top of that like pyramid or whatever gets fixed, the people below it, the actual workers who make the games that we know and love, they're going to be the ones that suffer immeasurably, not the people above. That really sucks, dude. But don't worry, guys. Please be excited for the next 50 Horizon projects because Herman needs his ego healed even more. What's next, Herman? Horizon Dating Simulator? Maybe a Horizon Souls-like. Why not a Horizon platform or a first-person shooter? But yeah, just ignore Bloodborne and, things that people actually want. This whole situation makes me sick. I'm so disappointed in Sony PlayStation, but what do you think? Let me know in the comments.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching. What do you think of the direction of Sony? Have a great day, and let's hope one day Sony realizes the error of their ways before it's too late. But hey, as long as 1 in 10 lives...
Okay, to be fair, they still can pivot. They still have more hope compared to Xbox, in my opinion. But yeah, I just hope they realize it sooner or later. But first off, they gotta sack Herman. Herman has to go for that to actually made manifest as soon as possible.
service do well, right, Herman? My God, dude, pathetic.
Yeah, so I don't think he read the tweet yet when he made this video. So it's not entirely PlayStation's fault for the closure of Bluepoint. Bluepoint had a hand in it, but what do you call this? Bluepoint definitely played a role in their downfall, which of course they didn't want, but they did contribute to that happening. But anyway, yeah, so that's about it for Bluepoint. And yeah, I'm sad. I'm not an avid player of their games, but you know, more people in the field thriving is always a positive for me. Even though I don't play, I don't get to play all the games. I do think more good games is better for the industry as a whole. So let me check the comments. Okay. Where did I stop? I think here. Highly likely the Bloodborne remaster will be a PS6 launch title. Just like, yeah, okay. I think I already said this. I doubt we'll get it for PC. They'll keep it locked away. Oh yeah, I also did. Yeah. That's a game that in a business perspective, to get people to the PS6 ecosystem, you would do that. It's not not consumer friendly, but in a business perspective, it kind of makes sense. They took advantage of the pandemic to get their people in. Yep, for sure. Yeah, back then that's when DEI was fully was at its height when it comes to funding. So a lot of people infiltrated. So apart from shitty corporate greed practices, they also got DEI people. So it's amplified the problems already as it is now. I doubt I'll even get a PS6, especially if it doesn't have a disc drive. I'm one of the few who still buys Blu-ray. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like, unless there's a game that I can only get there that I really want to have, which I doubt. Yeah, I don't think I am either. Because like, I don't think there's gonna be a JRPG that's only there, at least not permanently. That's I don't think I'll be grabbing a PS6 too. And yeah, especially here in Asia, you guys know my internet, it's highly unstable. So there's Asia's still not in a position where we can go full on digital. We still have to a lot of us still buy physical discs to run our games. Demon's Souls for PS5 is still one of the best looking games of this gen. Yeah, I think I can argue. I think it's the only game that's maximum, apart from Astrobot, but it's not exactly graphically intensive. I think the PS4 can run the game minus the haptic features. It looks better than current games on PC running on max settings. Yeah. I think that's the only game that managed to maximize it, and it's only in that particular hardware. There's no way they keep those. You mean the old God of War games? Yeah. No way. Not modern California Sony. No boobs, no but yeah, I think so. Yeah, if I find out that those are gone, I'm not getting it either. Horizon's name again, yeah. It's not terrible. It's not the worst game, but it's not great. It's not excellent. It's not a strong recommend for me. It's good if you want to pass the time. If you get it for cheap, sure. She's a clone of a strong, independent woman. Yeah. Yes, it is, Mitch Mia. It definitely is. Live service games are like Hollywood's 500 million blockbusters. They can be successful, but few are. And them gambling on so many yeah, it's okay. I can respect them trying in a small scale, you know. If it works, then that's when you ramp up. If it doesn't, at least your costs are not that harmful. Not the way that PlayStation is doing it, not going all in on every single one. Or pretty much almost every single one. Mitchell feels with too. Line of Border 4 doing change. It'll be hilarious if that one did well. It'll be hilarious if that one did well and Horizon does it. It'll be really funny. And hey, Painless. Yeah, hope you're doing well. You got better games on the brain. Yeah, it's I wish we could go back to the you know, the more creative side back when it's all about passion and games weren't that expensive to make. But now it's all about hyper optimizing, which is sad. The passion just closed the US office, Sony office. I think it's because they gave so much power to them that they can't just do it anymore. But yeah, I think they should, you know, bring it back to a satellite office, and all they do is just port the games, you know, port what Sony Japan provides. Marathon, yeah, marathon's still a thing. I'll give it 3 weeks. We'll see. It's still a, but despite the negative reception or the irrelevance, if you can argue with Destiny 2, Bungie still has that hardcore dedicated fans to keep them afloat. So I think Marathon will last longer than Concord and Highguard. How many times is Phil gonna get back blown by Blair? It's okay. It's time to show that image again. Okay. The plot thickens. It's me, the plot thickens. So there's a new player in the scene. Yeah, you just need to read the last sentence. So a gorilla's involved now. A gorilla named Harambe. So yeah. Hopefully he'll be back next week and he can, you know, he can tell the story of what happened. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, it's sad. You know, Blue Point should have been given one more chance at the very least, not just gutted just because. Yeah, they admitted that they went over their heads trying to make a God of War game, even though it wasn't Sony who forced it on them. But so PlayStation should have given, okay, one more. Let's see you do another good single player game, another good single player remake or remaster. So, okay, I have. Okay, what's this doing here? No, that's. All right, I have 2 more things to talk about. Yeah. So, man, it's already 3 hours. Time flies so fast if I'm just talking here and talking to chat. Anyway, so yeah, so not looking good for AAA gaming, and I can say the same for the indie space. Well, there's something in the indie space that hasn't been going well either, and that is do I still have any pending? Okay, that one's for later. Okay. That is the Ex Vado. So there's been apparently the demo of Ex Vado has been released, and there's some controversy going on in the, we already know the social media team of Ex Vado, you know, inciting division, you know, really riding on that woke train, shitting on us chuds, stick it to the chuds. But apparently they've also been skewing their numbers. They've been they claim to have 100K wish list, but actually let's check out the numbers. X, I don't even know how to X Vado 1348 Steam players. They claim to have 100K wish listed on Steam, but the demo says they you know, that's quite a gap. Just say, you know, if it's like 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, okay, maybe I would believe it, but come on, man, 122, 122, and you claim to wish list 100K. I mean, what are we even talking? Is that 100K wish list by bots? Maybe, if there's such a thing. But anyway, let's shout out to Hypnotic for oh shoot, I didn't. Okay, I forgot to leave the link for Endymion, but everyone probably knows who Endymion is in chat. So yeah, check out Endymion's video. Eh, he makes good stuff pretty much on a daily basis. So before I forget, I'll leave Hypnotic's video here. So yeah, so shout out to Hypnotic, and I retweeted him earlier with regards to the take on Phil Spencer. So Hypnotic also makes really good content. So let's see what Hypnotic's take is on this situation. Okay, just leaving the link before I forget.
All right, guys, let's talk about 1348X Voto. Now, this game in particular is being dubbed the Lesbian Night game, and it's a video game that is controversial for a couple of reasons. And to be honest with you, had they not said anything about Knight's Path, which is that indie medieval style video game that is low fantasy that honestly looks pretty cool, had they not said anything about that game,
Yeah, to repeat, like I'm okay with them making this game. You know, if they want to make it super woke, if they want to make an ugly character, same sex relationships in a medieval set, that's fine. Okay, I have the same take as him. I'm pretty sure. Like I'm okay with them making it, as long as you don't not at an expense of an existing IP, not disrespecting a good source material that people love. If you want to make this game as an original IP, that's your prerogative. Whether if it's a success or failure, yeah, you have the right to do that. Just don't trample on a well-loved IP.
when it was being attacked by the modern audience for featuring a attractive female character in a non-gay relationship, had they not said anything, I don't think anybody would have cared about this game. Not that anybody cares about this game now, but I don't think anybody would be talking about it. They might be making fun of it every now and then, but it wouldn't be getting the attention it's getting right now. However, 1348X Voto is the video game that is being dubbed the Lesbian Night video game for obvious reasons.
Yeah, this needs to be scrutinized. Like, I wish there's a breakdown on how they arrive. There might be a Steam database on wishlist, but you know, wishlist logging or something like maybe at some point in the future. But yeah, you have to question if the legitimacy of this after seeing that 122 peak players.
Because the main character and her friend or whatever have a
okay. Let's bring it out to one, because yeah, I don't want to eat too much time, but if 24 minutes, not too bad. Okay, so let's bring it down to normal speed. I think it's fine. We have the time.
seemingly lesbian relationship and have been admittingly gender queer according to the characters. That play the characters. Now, there's a couple of weird, suspicious things happening with 1348X Voto that I want to talk about in this particular segment. But we're going to start off with Tebow. So Tebow says the following. Let me get this straight. 1348X Voto, a game that's sole purpose seems to be to own le chuds, featuring a non-binary lesbian knight as the protagonist, whose studio claims that hit 100,000 wishlists.
Yeah, and the thing is, people never really talked about this game until they started shitting on their Knight's Path. So yeah, it's like whoever's running their social media should be let go. They're not doing the game any favors with what they're doing.
On Steam, has a whopping 65 people playing the demo. That checks out. Now, I couldn't believe this. Okay, I didn't even realize that the demo even came out.
Yeah,
because I don't care.
I only knew because of Hypnotic. I didn't know it was out
about this game.
And
I do remember when they posted that they hit 100,000 wish lists. And guys, I just want you to understand something. I remember talking about this game and specifically stating that the reason why I feel like they posted this was because they were basically shitting on Knight's Path, and Knight's Path was getting all the attention that they were promoting their game with their wish list, and they hit 100,000, 200,000, 300.
Yeah, it feels like they're just copying Knight's Path just for the sake of it, even though if it's not true. Yeah, right? Because Knight's Path did this. So okay, we'll do what Knight's Path did, even though we're falsifying our numbers. Okay.
100,000. They hit it pretty quick, right? So I feel like 1348X Voto was trying to counter that narrative and say, hey, look at us. Look at us. We're doing good too. We're at 100,000 wish lists. Everybody likes us, right? But see, here's the problem. And this is what I really want to talk about in this particular segment is that keep in mind, this game supposedly hit 100,000 wish lists. But you mean to tell me that only 65 people played the demo.
Yeah.
How is this exactly
That's a hard
possible?
sell.
The math ain't mathing in this situation, right?
You know,
So I decided to dig a little bit deeper. And
it doesn't have to be 100K playing. Maybe that, right? Maybe even 20K or 10K, maybe even 5, you know, but 65, 122, like that, it's just too big. It really is.
And once you start going through the numbers on Steam, you start to realize that there's something extremely sussy-wussy going on with this game. Anyway, by the way, this person says, we are about to witness peak lesbianism. Step behind the scenes of our game with Albie Baldwin and Jennifer English, who, by the way, Jennifer English, the actress behind Mael in Expedition 33, great voice actress, but unfortunately woke as hell.
Yeah, I was like, I'm worried that Jennifer English like will go down because like she already kind of made a statement last year at the Game Awards, or that other award, not the Game Awards, the other one where she's like, oh, about my queer relation. I'm worried that it's gonna embolden her to quadruple down, that it'll trickle to the video games, which I hope she doesn't do that. I really hope she doesn't.
And ideology runs rampant with her. This is the
I'm okay with her having that politics, but do not put it in the video games.
post that got them in a lot of trouble. If you look over here, it says, don't forget to wishlist and note the release date on your modern agenda with a heart emoji. Nobody asked 1348 to get involved in this. Knight's Path was getting attacked by the modern audience. They could have shut the fuck up and stayed quiet, but they chose not to. They chose to get involved with this, and they chose to shit on Knight's Path in order to promote their game. So now, because of that, now they're getting all the hate because they decided to involve themselves into something that they had no reason to involve themselves in. But here's where it gets a little bit sussy-wussy, okay? As you guys are aware, Steam, who they promoted 100,000 wishlist on, Steam has multiple numerical metrics that we can utilize to try to, gauge. It's not fully accurate, but you can kind of gauge the popularity of a video game, okay?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that it's wrong. The numbers are wrong, but it shouldn't be that far off from, if it's like 100K, maybe they got it wrong. It should be, you would see at least 5 digits in there, in the concurrent players. You really can't. It's like, we don't know for sure the accuracy of Steam DB, but it's a good general metric, in my opinion, to give us an idea on how many players there are in a particular game. So anyway, someone said, I played the demo Xbox. So I've seen Az play. I've uploaded a video of him playing it. Yeah, it's like it's your typical indie jank. That's not in a good way. So yeah, I'm not gonna play it unless I want it for content. But nah, I'd rather play the good games. Yeah, I'd rather review the good games.
If you guys notice something, one of the metrics is the follower count. And we have seen times where the follower count does not really match the overall sales of a video game, but usually it's pretty close, where you could say, okay, if it starts to have tens of thousands of followers, hundreds of thousands of followers, chances are it's going to be a pretty decent game. But it's not. It's only got 8,600 followers, and that's only recently. In the last couple of couple of weeks, that's basically it. These are followers. These are not wish lists. Okay, so don't get confused on this. Now,
it's because of the social media guy, pushing. I think this is around the time where Knight's Path was getting pounded on by the wokies, and then this game stepped in. Oh, we're gonna stick it to the chuds, and then that's where all the wokies started following. But unfortunately, looks like the follows don't translate to them playing your game, as you will probably see on March.
8,649 followers. When I compare that to other video games, keep in mind, guys, Dragon Age the Veilguard had almost 100,000 followers by the time the game released. And that was Veilguard. So think about that for a second. But that's okay. If you don't want to compare followers, that's fine. We don't have to compare that. You are number 673 in wishlist activity. At 100,000 wishlists, guys, do you know how high 100,000 wishlists are? Most video games don't even get past the 1,000 wishlist mark.
Yeah,
let alone 10,000, let alone 100,000. Now, wish list numbers are not public. They're only available to the developers. So you and I cannot see how many wish lists they actually have. But what I am saying is that if you're number 673 at 100,000 wish lists, there's something really weird there. There's something a little bit suspicious and sussy-wussy about that. But I can't prove that because I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm just saying, from my opinion, this looks a little sussy-wussy. Not only that, it is number 372 in the top wish list. So even out of the people who wish listed the game, they're not even interested in this game compared to other video games, right? So not only that, the demo has 124 people watching it on Twitch. 124 people chose to watch it. Watch it, not play it, right? So now that we know all of this, I want to go back to that list really quick because this is where we're going to kind of get an understanding as to what exactly is going on. So at 600 and whatever wish list that this game is at, what kind of company is it keeping at that number? If you look at 1348X Voto, right, with a release date in March, by the way, it's in March, so it's coming out pretty soon. They're number 673 in wish list. They're being beaten out by a game called The Non-Existence of Morphean Paradox, The Forest of Silver Shallots. Bro, they're getting beaten out by a paragraph, right? If you look at it, 600, they're getting beaten out by My Sexy Neighbor 2 on wish list. So if this, guys, I got to be real with you. I don't think these games have 100,000 wish lists.
Yeah.
I just don't. The math is not mathing here. Do you really think this game has 100,000 wish lists? Do you know how big that is?
Path of Exile 2, yes, I can believe that. The Expanse of Cyrus Reborn, yes, but the others, no. No way. They're just, no.
It's being beaten out by Scott Pilgrim EX. I don't think that game has 100,000 wish lists, bro. I just don't. It's, bro, the Expanse is 300 slots ahead of Ex Voto. It's at number 335. I don't even know if this game has 100,000 wish lists, or maybe it has like 200,000. If it's,
I would believe this, but even this game is kind of, yeah, I'm kind of interested in this game, but I need to see more. They haven't shown enough, but it looks good. But yeah, even then, I don't think they've marketed this enough for me for them to even achieve 100K wish list for this game, let alone this woke medieval fantasy game.
It's lucky. I don't think it's that high. Look at the follower count. The Expanse Osiris Reborn, a game that's double the amount of wish lists, is at 56,000 followers on Steam. Number 262, AV Sex Manager. AV Sex Manager is at 1,784. Guys, this is just kind of weird to me, right? The numbers.
Yeah, they have less followers, but they're still high up in the rankings. So yeah.
The math ain't mathin'. Something weird is going on with Ex Voto, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but all I know is that it's just not making sense. Now, if you go into SteamDB and you look at the numbers right now, this is the peak for the demo. Let's see if it went up.
Well, to be fair, they got additional 20 people when I showed the screen. So they got an additional 20 people.
It did not. It dropped drastically. So the demo all-time peak is 102 players, okay? If you have 100,000 wish lists, you seriously mean to tell me that the all-time peak for your demo that is free, it's free, by the way. It doesn't even cost money to play the demo. It's going to cost money to play the game, but it's not going to cost money to play the demo. So the demo is free. And you only managed to get 102 players concurrently?
I'm excited to see as Phil and everyone else play it so that, we can see their contribution when it comes out to the Steam concurrent players.
So you probably got, a couple of hundred people to play this game over the course of a few hours? Bro, there's no way. If you have 100,000 wish lists, there is no way that this number is real. This can't be. So what does this prove, right? Because people are going to be like, well, it's Steam numbers don't matter, blah, blah, whatever. What does this prove? All this proves, in my opinion, is that the modern audience, it's one of the two things, right? Either you're lying about your wish list, which I think is definitely possible,
Yeah, it's pretty
or
much,
if you're not lying about your wish list, then this game,
pretty much a sure thing.
this
already.
game
Allegedly.
is not is for anybody other than modern. Like the modern audience proves that they will not show up for anything they show for online.
Yeah.
That's just what it's going to be. They
Yeah,
don't.
They just want that brownie points on social media, but they're not really gonna support it. Look, even if it's free, dude, that's the driving point of it. Not it's free. All you need to do is download it. It probably isn't that intensive for your PC, and still they're not showing up. You know, you could. I would give it some respect if it reached like at least 2,000 or 3,000, even if it's just a demo. It's free. You have no reason to not play it. You have internet surely because you're like, parroting on social media. So you have internet. So you already have everything. You have for you to play the game. And yet you're still not showing up. And it's already the weekend. So you can't say work. It's already the weekend. You should be playing this game if you're really that excited to play this, highly anticipated game to stick it to the chud. So only additional 20 people showed up.
Show up for anything that they show for online. And this game proves it, just like other video games prove it, right? Because look what happened with Reloaded. Reloaded had all the likes, all the retweets, thousands, tens of thousands of quote tweets, likes, comments. And the highest number they reached was 57. 57 concurrent players. This game also has thousands, if not tens of thousands of likes, comments, quote tweets, shares, everything. And your free demo is at 102 players on Steam. After you supposedly have 100,000 wish lists on the same platform. So something is very wrong. Okay, something is very wrong here. The numbers don't make sense. The math doesn't math. And I understand that the people out there that want to shill for ideologically driven video games don't want you to have this conversation. They're going to gaslight you and tell you Steam numbers don't matter. They're going to tell you that there's millions of players everywhere else other than Steam, even though we know that's not true. But the fact...
When was the last time someone said player numbers don't count? What happened to that video game?
Fact is, this game is free right now. The demo is free, and people are choosing not to play it. So what's going to happen when they want to charge $30 or whatever the fuck they're charging? How much is this game? Let me see. Ex Voto. Let's see. This game, I think, is going to be...
Probably going to be 30 to 40 is my guess. 30 to 40.
$30?
Yeah. No price point yet.
Oh, it doesn't even show. It doesn't even show the price. What's
anything beyond that is delusional.
Where's the price, bro? It doesn't show the price. I think it's going to be like $30 or something like that. So again, guys, ex voto, nobody would have hated this game. People definitely would have made fun of it. People definitely would have laughed at it. But this game would have came and went like a fart in the wind, and nobody would have cared. They chose to insert themselves into the conversation that was happening against Knight's Path. They're the ones who decided to make this tweet, this picture. And this is the reason why people are now wishing.
Well, you can also make an argument, maybe they wouldn't have reached that 122 current players if the social media manager didn't do this. I don't know. So maybe it is positive correlation so that they can get that 100 people. You can also make that argument
for their failure. I covered this the other day when I specifically stated that it's not that people are wishing for the failure of video games. It's that the people that are behind the failed video games are attacking the gamers for not liking their games. And then, and only then, do people start to say, okay, well, if you're going to attack me for giving my opinion about the game, and if you're going to attack me for having an opinion about the trailer, well, now I'm going to wish for your downfall. Now I'm going to laugh at you when you eventually get felted by the modern audience. And that's exactly what's going to happen with this game. This game is going to lead to another example, just like Reloaded, just like all these other games before. Bro, if the real gamers don't show up for your game, the modern audience is not going to be enough to support it. Plain and simple. Almost every single video game that has ever been successful that they have tried to claim for themselves was only successful because it was backed by real gamers, because that particular video game gave everybody something to enjoy in the game. Otherwise, games that are made specifically for them almost never succeed in any way whatsoever. So again, guys, good old modern audience never showing up. And you know what's funny? Let me see if anybody has it. I don't think they do. No, I was gonna see if they had the thread, but I'll just search 1348x Voto on X, right? So if we go to 1348x Voto, let's just look at some of their posts. I'm curious. You guys see how many people are playing their demo, right? Their free demo.
Yeah,
How many?
There's a lot of tweets here like, oh, I can't wait to play this game. Oh, I'm so excited for this game. Man, where are the demos out? Where are you guys? They need that support. Hypnotics, right? Yeah, I'm kind of getting ahead, but that's what happens in the probably the next couple of minutes.
How many likes do they have? Let's see. Oh, the vow has been made. The quest begins. Meet Bianca. 1348x Voto, March 2026. 1.1 million views, totally organic. 13,000 likes. 1,600 quote tweets. Wow. 13,000 likes. Where are these people?
Yep.
Where
Exactly.
are these people? Where, you know what? Hold on.
You know, if you're excited for a game, like you can't wait to play it, you know, you would 100% play the demo on the moment it gets released, the soonest you can. But it's already the weekend, and we saw the additional max concurrent players was 20. So yeah, if there's 13K likes there, the range of, you know, people playing the demo has to be near that at the very least.
Let's go to the comments. Let's go to the comments. Who is shilling for this game? Who is shilling for it? Can I find it? Can I find it? Why do developers keep making intentionally unattractive female characters? Why do you expect a woman to necessarily be attractive? Oh my God.
To gain sales, have you not seen Stellar Blade? Can you not see what that did to Shift Up as a company? Like, my God.
Oh my God, boys. I'm not even. Wow. Can she be more ugly, please? We will soon run a poll to ask people how they like women to be visually represented in RPG games. And they're doing a winky face because the people that run a poll, that's who they're making fun of. They're making fun of Knight's Path for making a poll asking how they like their. Imagine making fun of a company for running a poll to their potential buyers about how they like their characters. Imagine that. Imagine good business being something that's considered bad for the modern audience. That's crazy, bro. Retarded gay garbage, heart emojis, put a chicken in, make her lame and gay. This looks a million times better than a certain other medieval game on Twitter right now. Are you playing this game?
Sure it is.
Is this person one of the 100 people playing this game? Oni, everyone's favorite trans rights. Oh my God.
Ugh.
I'm seated. Yeah, you're so seated that you're not even playing the game. This looks so sick. Not playing the game. Guaranteed. Looks dope. Not playing the game. You really think this guy is playing the game? Patrick? You think Patrick's playing the game? No. You're not playing the game. Wow, a game where I can play as the ugly action chick. This is great. I want to see other positive comments. I need other positive comments, man. Let me see where we at. Damn, bro, it's actually difficult to find positive comments. They're getting felted. Shit. I thought this would be easier. Oh, Jennifer English is in it. Day one pickup for me. You're not playing the game.
Yep.
I guarantee you're not playing the game. He, him. Yeah, you're not playing the game whatsoever. This is going to be Dustburn levels of flop, and I'm here for it. Yeah, 100%. Jennifer English? Yeah, you're not playing the game either. Guaranteed. Hold on. I'm curious. Let me see something else. Go deeper behind the scenes with a full video featuring Albie Baldwin and Jennifer English. 2,200 likes. None of these people playing the game.
Yep.
Like, where are you guys? 61,000 views, 260 quotes. There's even more quotes than people playing the game. Where are you guys? Look, play the demo, now. It was posted 14 hours ago.
1,300.
Guys, this was posted 14 hours ago. It got 1,300 likes, 40,000 views. Where are you guys? Where are you guys? Where are these people? 1,300. Where are you? 1,300 likes. Where are you? You are missing. You're MIA. This is what I'm talking about. The modern audience only cares when it comes to promoting.
All they do is tweet, shout out on X, and that's it. It begins and ends there. When they need when these products need the financial backing, actual support to keep it running, to make for the future of the company, to make better games in the future, they do not show up. It's all about, the validation, the temporary dopamine brownie points on social media for the next couple of hours or maybe days.
Something over on Twitter and whatnot. Otherwise, they don't care. They only want you to perceive that they care. They only want to make the perception a reality on Twitter, so that way they feel like the chuds got owned. But nobody's actually playing this game. Where are you? Where are these people? How do you get 1,300 likes? You get 100 people playing the game, bro. And it's free. It's literally free right now. Let me see. Who commented. Is there somewhere where we can send feedback? You can send your feedback on the Steam Community Hub or on our Discord server. Looking good so far. Keep up the good. Nah, this got to be a troll, bro. This got to be a troll. Please tell me it's a troll. Hey, come back to Sonok. I see you. This got to be a troll. There's more people liking their posts than players. You see?
Exactly.
You see? Bro, this is great. The modern audience isn't showing up for your modern slop. It makes you wonder why they're not responding to these. You notice how they respond to everything else beforehand, but they're not responding to this? It makes you wonder why that is. Why aren't you responding to this? The modern audience showed up in full for this one, I see. Damn, bro. Everybody is posting their numbers. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is crazy. The 75 unattractive lesbians that like medieval games are already playing. That's who you made the game for. So that's who's going to buy it. You've achieved your goal. Congratulations. You've completed a great game and proved the justice of our culture. Now go and rest our heroes. Bro, this is amazing.
Yeah, they're just getting
with
roasted.
a peak of 102, despite supposedly 100,000 wishlist. I'm glad everybody is realizing that this 100K wishlist number.
I'm looking forward to the numbers in March 12th, right? In 2 weeks. Let's see what those numbers are. If the demo already peaked at 122, I wonder what the full game will be.
Has to be bullshit. It just has to be. It has to be. This,
for the benefit of the doubt, maybe 50 YouTubers who want to make content out of it.
It has to not be real. How is owning the chuds going? Ouch. I don't think the demo's doing so well. Crazy how things work. Downloading the demo tonight. Been looking forward to this, bro. Who are you? Who are you? How many followers you have? 87 followers. Bro, get the fuck out of here. But who is this person? Who is this person? Let me scroll down. Give me a second. I need to see some more positivity. There's got to be more positive people here, man. Come on. There has to be. Oh, OMG nice. Gonna try it soon, says Johnny Boy. Not gonna lie, it's a bit rough. But at the same time, I enjoyed it. Would be nice with a PS5 demo to see how it would be on console. It's a type of game I'd rather play on console setup. So let me get this straight. So the game ran bad on PC, and you're like, hey, let's play on the inferior platform and see if it runs better.
Yeah, and isn't it the same thing if you just get a gamepad? So that's pretty much like the console experience already. Anyway.
What? Bro, do you hear yourself? Don't forget, bad numbers. Well, apparently it looks like they did forget. I like the demo, but please improve the game's optimization. Otherwise, it will fail. And if possible, please add Brazilian Portuguese subtitles. They don't care about you guys, bro. They don't care about optimization. They just want to make sure the scissoring is as accurate as possible. That's all they care about. Literally. Played it for a couple of minutes. Unfortunately, my PC may finally be too old for games like this.
Also,
looks beautiful, but I'll wait for release. And
it's not even optimized. Okay.
Play it on PS5. One thing I had an issue with was the audio mixing. I had to turn down the music to 2 to understand the voices. So the game is absolute So aside from the modern audience stuff, they're masking problems with the game behind the modern audience agenda that they admitted they're pushing. Again, we're not the ones saying they're pushing it. They admitted to pushing it, and now we're just making fun of it. I enjoyed the demo, though there was slight stuttering. So even the shills are saying that there's a problem with the game, right?
Yeah.
Can't wait. Going to download now. You think Amelia played it?
Nope.
Do you think Amelia played it? Can we be honest? Do you think Amelia played it? No. Hell yeah, I know what I'm doing this evening. Yeah, not playing it. not playing it. Oh man. Okay, listen. Looks awesome. I wish listed it, bro. Bro, demo is free. Play it. They need it. Come on, like, what are you doing, bro? What do you mean you wish listed it? The demo's free. Play it.
Yep.
Play the game.
If you really like a game, you would play the demo. Like, there's no reason for you not to. And like naturally, like you will find a way to play the demo. But as it's already the weekend, we've let me refresh this. Yeah, it only went up by 20. It's already the weekend. So yeah. Okay. Yep. Like people because people I keep saying weekend because like people might say, oh, people are still working, so it's already the weekend. So days have already passed since Hypnotic's video. So yeah, an additional 20 people for your free demo. That's a good sign.
My God, bro. Possible to have the demo on PS5 as well? No, Pookie, I'm at work for 5 more hours. No, I'm gonna quit my job. Bro, these are such fake comments, bro. Anyway, so case in point, guys, the modern audience has refused to show up for this interesting scenario that we have playing out. And at this point, guys, I think it's fair to say that I don't think this game is going to do very well. And you know what? I'll say this. Can I say this? I'll say this. At least they made their own game, right?
Yeah, there we go. That for me, they're gonna get a lot of shit for how they handle social media, the gameplay, the aesthetics of the character, the poor optimization. But it could have been worse. It easily could have been worse. They could have gotten your favorite IP, and then they made ugly characters, intentionally hideous looking characters, preaching politics and stuff like that, and shitty writing and poor gameplay overall. At least they're making it their own. You can make as much of these as you want, but whether it does well or not, the market will decide. But usually, no.
It's not like they co-opted another franchise or whatever. They made their own game. And for that, I can say that's great. You do what you want to do, make your own game. I've always said that. If you want to make a woke video game, go make your own woke.
Yeah, I've seen Az play it, and the facial expressions look really horrible, despite their motion capture. It looks really it looks scary, and not in a good horror game way. It's scary that it looks so off and out of place. Yeah, here you can kind of see it already, but when you see Az playing it, as has a video of him playing it, summarized version, they look really bad. The facial expression.
Video game, that's perfectly fine. We don't have to play it. It doesn't mean we can't make fun of it. See, the thing is, they think because they made their own game that you can't make fun of it or you can't criticize it or whatever. Like, no, you absolutely can.
Yeah,
but at least they didn't co-opt another franchise that was beloved in the past that they're now trying to turn into something stupid, right? So at the very least, I will say, you know what? That's fair. And they made their own thing, and I'm happy for them. I hope they get everything they want out of it. I really do. And I hope that these people stay the fuck away from anything that was pre-established that people enjoy and turn it into something that nobody's going to care about. So,
right. So example of like this game flops. So like, oh shoot, I can't spread my my modern agenda anymore. What they'll probably do next, if they have the means or they get lucky enough, they're gonna look for IPs that have an established fan base and then do their thing from there. So no doubt about it, it's under consideration for these people if that happens.
Congratulations on your, I don't know.
Yeah, that looks terrible. That lip sync, the eye movement, it looks really bad.
This be a night game or something like that. I do hope that you get everything you want out of it. But considering what the demo numbers are like right now, I can't help but feel that you guys already knew this was going to happen. And this was paid for by somebody who wanted to push a certain level of propaganda. It could be a personal investor. It could be a company investor. Who really knows? But in terms of making a video game for passion, I don't really think that's it. And aside from all the wokeness, again, if you're going to be woke as hell, the least you can do is make sure you have a video game that actually runs well, that is optimized well.
If it had, if it's optimized, if it has good gameplay, a good number of people will ignore it. If you had something unique, something fresh, and even if the story's woke as hell, that's probably just going to be a negative. But if it's a really good game, people will play it.
But the fact is, according to a lot of people that played your demo, it runs like shit. You might want to work on that. You might want to fix that. Otherwise, if word gets around about that, it's going to make the selling of your game a lot harder than it already is. And looking at this trailer play out on screen, it's going to be pretty damn hard for you to sell this thing at a mass market. So figure that out and fix your game. And then I guess, I don't know, go from there. Who really knows? You wonder if Tencent funded them? Maybe. Probably.
That's our next topic, actually. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, pretty much Hypnotic said everything that I here's the link to the video again that I wanted to say. So I wasn't really able to commentate as much. So yeah, it's like ironically these devs who are supposed to, treat their customers with respect because like the odds are already against them. These are the ones who somehow fumble social media so badly. It's pretty ironic. The people who need support the most, and this is how they communicate with their potential customers. And I don't know why they refuse to learn after so many of these, products keep failing time and time again. And we'll see. Time will we'll find out in 2 to 3 weeks on how the game will actually do. But if the demo numbers are saying something, it's not gonna be good. That wish list number is not real. It's probably, not. It's probably bought it as Snap Prior. I said here. So let me read the comments. Non-binary. Does it make it? Yeah, I get confused with these terminologies already. I don't know anymore. It's like I half pay attention when there's a new term slapped into my face. Like, okay, well, whatever. Claim what you want to be. Whatever gender you want to be, it's yours. Okay. It's only okay. That's really short. So I imagine it getting many concurrent. Okay, that could be a good factor, but at the same, that's way too short. That kind of. So what's the final game gonna be? 2 hours, 4 hours? Yeah, that's a very short demo. Nowadays they give you at least 2 to 4 hours. That's pretty much the standard now. If it's like especially if it's an RPG, if it's an RPG, it's usually 2 to 4 hours these days. 20 minutes that doesn't bode well. Having your game on wish list is not sales. Yes, absolutely. And it's gonna be hard for them to prove otherwise that it's not rigged because like Hypnotic broke it down. Like the math ain't mathing. It really like you can maybe 1,000. You can convince me it's 1,000, but not 100K. Okay. Yeah, very likely it's botted. So I haven't heard one thing about the gameplay for this game. There's the demo now. Go support the game. Be the 123rd person. Yeah. Okay. People didn't like the rug burn aesthetics of the game. Yeah, I don't like it at all. Like I'm really like if it's a photo realistic leaning game, you already in my perspective, the odds are already against it. For me, I'm kind of they're fine, but I'd rather have cell shaded HD 2D visuals. Cell shade, especially cell shade, because it's so timeless. Like 5 years from now, it'll still look great. So that's why I heavily favor those games nowadays. Not to mention, it's not as intensive to your hardware. Okay, okay, I read this already in advance. It's not good. Yeah, I've seen the gameplay. Nah. Scissoring was obviously not a good game mechanic. That's probably what they'll focus on if they could. What was the concurrent player of Veil Guardian? I don't even remember anymore. It was pretty high. I remember it being at 80K, but that's because it's Dragon Age. If they made another game right now, it's not. I don't think it's even gonna hit 10K. That's because Dragon Age 1, 2, and 3 were good. Origins was like a really, really good. Yeah. I'm looking at it now. 89K was their highest. That's because it's riding up the Dragon Age. Yeah, the Dragon Age IP, which I still love up to now, with especially Origins. Imagine getting beaten by Coomer. Yeah, because Coomer games know who their market are. These people don't. Coomer games has a bigger market compared to these Wokies. Yep, absolutely being beaten by porn games. Yep. Just prove these people pushing don't even play the game. Yeah, exactly. In the hard numbers, undeniable. You can't dispute the hard numbers. It's like Hypnotic says, it's already free. It's all you gotta do is download it, and they didn't even show up for that. Yeah, I think the full water audience did show up. Yeah, that's true. Painless. That's true. So they modeled the character. Yeah, it looks like it. So they modeled the character after. Yeah, they do. I just hope that Jennifer English if she wants to support this project, it's fine. It's okay. It's her prerogative. But just do not enforce it on the video games. At least on the good video. Like imagine like a sequel to Expedition 33 and then they insert this shit. The internet's gonna explode if that happens. If they made the next Claire obscure and then it's all full of queerness and stuff like that. I don't think Sandfall's gonna bite, but nothing's for certain nowadays, even for stuff like Sandfall. I would not mind too hot lesbians game. Yeah, that's true. If they wanted queer representation, that's the easiest home run they could do. You make them hot, if that's what they really wanted, it wouldn't hurt for them to do that. Okay. Anyway, what? Oh, it's almost 4. Anyway, one last. How long is this? Also 20 minutes. Huh? Okay. Anyway, yeah. Well, whatever. Okay, it's okay for me to exceed a little. So we have one last thing to talk about, and I'm kind of getting burnt out with this topic. I thought it was over already last week, but apparently not. So the last topic I want to talk about for today is Highguard. Apparently, it's still alive. Some stuff still coming to light. So I think max they will keep the server up for another 2 months. I'll give it the generous offer of still get. Let me refresh this. How many players? Yeah, so they're having a hard time cracking 1,500 players now. So apparently some news came up where apparently the game is not an indie game. It's being funded by it was funded by Tencent. So when I read that, it's like I'm kind of convinced it makes sense because like how could an indie game have 100 plus developers? Imagine minimum they're making like 70K a month. So what kind of indie game has that kind of level of resource? You might as well just call yourself AA or AAA at that point if you had that much money. So apparently turns out it's not yet fully confirmed, but it makes sense that it's funded by Tencent. So I'm gonna give a unique spin here on why I believe that's the case. Because Chinese are notorious, chat, if you don't know, but I'm pretty sure you do. They're notorious for making funny knockoff brand names. So I intentionally made a search on a compilation on funny brand names. So I won't go through all of them. So like example of this. So products from China. So Dulce and Banana. So Binbos, the Chinese version of Windows. Mikey, the Chinese knockoff for Nike. So Chinese are notorious for trying to make knockoff names of well-established brands. So Red Label, so they name it Red Label. Specialman, Specialman, the Chinese knockoff for Superman. Then, so they even copied. Oh, look, they even straight up copied the logo in color. So my point being is like, the more if you you guys know the recurring meme, right? Okay, it's in another screen for me. So, like, my point being is that people already pointed this out early on that why is Highguard such a brazen copy name of Overwatch? So here's the meme in Reddit. Highguard, it's just a copy of Overwatch. So if it's funded by a Chinese, like for me, given what I know that Chinese that like to try to copy even the names of the brands. So given it's funded by a Chinese company, so I think it makes sense for them to try to ride on the coattails of an iconic brand in the live service space. So for me, this is an added factor that convinced me that yeah, that story is true. if not already, right? If I'm pretty sure everyone in chat is convinced that the stories are true, that Tencent funded this game, because it doesn't make sense in a numbers perspective for them to have that much money from the get-go. Even if they're like former devs from Apex Legends, blah blah blah, Titanfall, it makes sense that they were funded by Tencent for them to operate in that capacity, in amount that amount of money. Whether or not all the devs knew about it, that remains to be seen. But for sure, some people knew and they pretended that it's not. And like, yeah, the shitty thing is because what do you call this? We've been saying, oh, indie is what will save gaming. Indie's doing really well right now, so they try to They tried to ride on that coattails deceptively, which for me is incredibly shitty. That's really the most shitty way for you to do it. And yeah, they got exposed. I'm glad Highguard got exposed for doing something like that. And the wild part is, I read a tweet earlier by Kingard. He's another YouTuber, a prominent FPS shooter YouTuber. Like, people wouldn't even care about this if the game was good. That's the ironic part. But it turns out it's such a shitty, it's a failed game. Then it kind of, putting salt in the wounds even more for them, that you try to pull off this indie, self-made bootstraps, low resource development team. We made it work, but it turns out it was funded by a massive, one of the biggest conglomerates in the world. And yeah, so one final thing before you go, it's like shout out to Bellular Gaming. So I like Bellular because he likes to break down the complex game development process in a very simple way. And the video's not that long. So shout out to, before I forget to cite them again in the chat, here's their video. So yeah, let's see what Bellular has to say before we wrap it up for today. Let's go.
I think we all know it, but I may as well just say it. Highguard is a game living
It's okay. I tried to speak. It's okay. I'll extend beyond 4 hours.
on borrowed time. And that's time that it earned because the leadership team fired most of the development team that built the damn game. And now the fear is that the game is in a death spiral, the type of which...
If you fired key people in your team, how are you expected to make more content in the coming months? So I expect, like, by April, they're gonna shut down the game. No reason for you to keep up the game at this rate. You've lost a lot of key talent to keep the game going.
Won't be able to recover from, because whenever people see layoffs like this, they don't really feel like investing their time, their energy, and their money into a game that just may not be there. It only took 16 days after launch for the layoffs to happen, and since that happened, well, things have only got worse, at least for their PR, and now there's even a new 10-cent-shaped question hanging over everything in this story. So we have a lot to talk about. 16 days after launch, Highguard developer Wildlight Entertainment began laying off staff. People posted on LinkedIn saying that, quote, most of the team was gone. Wildlight then confirmed it, stating that they decided to, quote, part ways with a number of our team members while keeping a core group of developers to continue innovating on.
There's no way they're going to continue with that 1 year content plan if you lose that many, if you lost a lot of core people. So the means to try to get people back on is gone. So why keep the game running? You might as well just shut down already to save money, in my opinion, or else you're gonna incur more unnecessary expenses. Like, what, you're gonna be on maintenance mode, but to cater to less than 1,500 people? Like, why?
Supporting the game. One of the people at Go, a level designer called Alex Grainer, was a bit more blunt. He said, this one really stings. There was a lot of unreleased content that I and others had designed for Highguard. So what we see in that is there is lots of content that exists on the servers that team has, and the skeleton crew that remains can probably ship that content. But obviously...
Yeah, that's another weird thing. If it's already ready, then why not just put it in the launch, showcase that your game might have lasted longer if you added all those content. So why drip feed it if it's already ready? I don't know. Yeah, it's weird decision making there.
There's concerns for the future. Concerns that only got bigger when the game's website went down. For many people, especially seeing...
Yeah, I checked. It went back up online. It went back up like a day after. But I don't know. I think they should just shut it down entirely.
The site go down, it was a clear trend that Highguard was firmly on the way out and would be dead. Though it turns out it's not dead, at least in that way, because one of the remaining devs explained to their Discord that the website was being, quote, transferred and simplified, but that was low priority, and the reputational damage of their site going down was already done. A little bit rough. I mean, talk about someone being kicked whenever they're down. So, the remaining staff then are simply going to be working on improving the game, shipping whatever content that they can, and that's actually why they just shipped another base, another gadget, and a little bit more importantly for the old bottom line, some new cosmetics and bundles. Though with everything going on, I don't really know if players will feel able to invest to buy those cosmetics and bundles, even if they like the game. And the only way that'll change is leadership from
Yeah, right. Let's say, for example, I am a whale and I'm watching all these in YouTube, reading on X, how they're doing. Like, I would have some serious repercussions. Like, am I really gonna spend $20 to $100 on cosmetics that the game might shut down in 2 months' time? That's the thing. That's why reputation is important for these games, these continuous these live service games. Because if the whales start to feel like they're just throwing money into the wind or just burning their cash, then why even do it? I'll just do it on another game.
This team just coming out and saying, listen, this is the situation. This is how long we can run for, all of those things, so that people don't feel like there's a massive air of uncertainty over even supporting the game, which is a bad place to be if you're someone who likes that game and wants to support it.
Yep.
You just won't feel like you can. And obviously, there are loads of opinions flying around, from commenters to devs to publishers, just people trying to talk about this game and work out why it did not work. Was it too niche? Was it the art style? Was it the Game Awards? Is it all just Jeff Keighley's master plan for chaos? Who knows? And the thing is, you look at some of the peaks.
Yeah,
like launch day.
Jeff Keighley's kind of put into question. I was like, especially, it came to light that, I think I did know already that Tencent had some investment, because they're such a big conglomerate. They have investments everywhere. So yeah, I think Tencent kind of connived. Okay, you gotta put this in the final slot. And is it really free if your major investor is telling you to put it in the final slot? So yeah, there's some integrity issues going on there with Jeff. So whether or he has to somewhat, at least jokingly address it in the 2026 Game Awards, and he has to get the final announcement right for this year. He can't pull off this shit again, or else he's gonna suffer a lot of reputational damage along with the Game Awards itself.
And you wonder how a game could perform, air quotes, so well, and then need to lay off the majority of staff within a month. Maybe that's because launch day isn't everything. So Highguard had nearly 100,000 concurrents on Steam at launch, but we now know the success likely went further because, according to Ampere data and reported by the Game Business, 1.54 million people played the game across all platforms in the 2 days of January, putting it on par with existing games like Palworld, DayZ, and Red Dead Redemption 2. And across the whole month, Circana ranked it in the top 10 for US Steam that week and the top 20 for console. For any new launch, especially in indie, that's incredible. And you may think, 100,000 concurrents, 1.54 million players, this doesn't compute. Well, remember what concurrency is. It's just concurrency. If you play the game for an hour or two in launch evening, then you're going to be one of that 1.54 million, even if you're not one of the current, concurrents, right? So a lot of people. But then it hit 15,000 concurrents on Steam by week 2. And for many, that was a clear sign of failure. People bouncing off because of server issues, bugs, or the gameplay just not landing. But here's the thing. That first week isn't really the moment to look at, even though that first week had some little glimmers. You saw that if people played for more than 2 hours, the reviews were way, way more positive, which is to be expected. But I think what is interesting is the sheer quantity of those positive reviews. Yes, the Steam score was really bad, but the number of reviews in total was humongous. So even though positive was not as large a percentage as I'm sure the devs would have wanted, it was still quite a lot of people. But even with all that, it's episode 2's launch on the 6th of February. That's the thing we need to talk about. It had maps, mounts, quality of life, a new hero that had some kind of neat movement, turns into a wolf, does wolfy things, but it peaked at 8,500 concurrents.
Yikes.
That's a weaker show, but it's not an unhealthy player count for an indie multiplayer game. Because when you're an indie, the revenue that you get, minus any platform fees, is yours. It doesn't go to a publisher. So you are operating fundamentally at a, well, higher degree of financial efficiency. So they don't need as many people to sustain themselves. And that's actually why concurrent player count is not the real story here. No, it isn't. Because regardless of numbers at launch, Wildlight leadership will have had targets for daily average players and spending that they would have expected to retain. Player count dropping is very much expected. But the problem is the trend line, yes, in terms of player count, but perhaps far more so in the one thing that we don't have data for, and that is the literal amount of money. Although I think we can say that lack of income...
It's probably not a lot, given the player count. Like, even to be generous, maybe 500 whales, but even then, it's like, I think that kind of dried up already by now. I think the whales have spent, like, the amount of money they want to spend on this game anyway. I don't think this game is generating any form of revenue at all. Like, maybe per day, maybe 1K, if they're lucky.
Funds absolutely was their big problem. Now let me explain. The first season pass was actually free. There were minimal cosmetics to purchase, so the game launched in a fairly unmonetized state. That's fine and expected. Make your launch as big as possible and give people not really a lot to scrutinize. The second season pass was not free, it was paid. It went live on February 6th, and 6 days after it went live, the layoffs started. You see, Episode 2 and the paid Battle Pass were Wildlight's first real chance to make money. Player counts are only half the story. You can't pay your devs with a player count. You need money. Now, maybe leadership's goals were absurd, expecting players to show up at the rates of a AAA shooter. Maybe, though, they would have been happy with the Season 2 numbers in terms of players. But in a free-to-play game, player counts are only as good as the percentage of those people that actually convert into being payers. In less scrupulous games, that's why they hook you in with the dark monetization patterns right off the bat. And it's why those dark monetization patterns tend to be related to player power or significant in-game friction. We see that all over the mobile game space. And even with that, it is often said that it's over 30 days, 35 days to convert someone from a player to a payer. And that is in a mobile game using all of the dark patterns. Obviously, for a game like this.
Oh, that's interesting insight. Okay, so it takes on average 35 days to convert an active player to a payer. So they're just reached halfway of the days required for them to be fully invested in the game for them to pay. Okay, yeah, that's wild. That's messed up.
It isn't using those dark patterns. It's probably going to take longer. And that's why slashing your team to pieces only 6 days after most people have an opportunity to even spend money in your game shows that something's went really...
Yeah, it's because like, yeah, the season pass that he's talking about only came out like later. It didn't came out on launch, so it's only 6 days. Yeah, I don't think they're good. Even if they made it, I don't think it's gonna be, let's say 30 days from now that people are still playing. Maybe let's say 1K people still playing it. I don't think it's gonna be enough to sustain them. So I'm still at the camp that you just kill it, just kill the project.
Really wrong. Now, obviously, that first free battle pass was an attempt to earn the good graces of gamers by delaying monetization, but it could have also meant that people had no buy-in to stay with the game. And we certainly know that conversion of players to payers just didn't really happen at a meaningful scale, and it seems that they ran out of runway. Now, runway is how much money a business has before it stops operating. Run out of runway and, the plane
that's
crashes.
Coming very soon.
Here's where it's interesting. As highlighted by GameFile, Highguard, like most games released right now, was funded in the post-pandemic boom. You see, back then, money was cheap, interest rates were pretty much zero, and that meant that it was fairly easy for anyone with a whole bunch of access to capital to just take a punt on a bunch of developers. Now, Tencent was one of the groups doing this, and you'll have seen many other megacorps as well, like, say, NetEase. Now, Tencent led the funding rounds for Wildlight when money was cheap and easy to offer, and it's reported that they led the funding rounds for Wildlight through their TIMI division. TIMI, you may have seen the logo before. But what's important here is they don't actually own the studio, right? So this is still an independent studio in terms of its ownership structure.
Yeah, but whenever we talk about in this space, when you talk about indie, we don't talk about, it doesn't pertain to hundreds of millions of capital that's available to this team. Heck, people are already upset, are already kind of saying Expedition Sandfall Interactive wasn't really indie, let alone this one funded by Tencent.
Although yes, some equity probably will have been given up. It's probably a situation like that. So Tencent then were seemingly one of the largest financial backers, but they don't have majority ownership of the company. That means they're not in control of the company. So at best, they're a minority shareholder like they are with many other studios, like say Larian. Now, maybe Tencent's investment came with an option to convert into ownership if the company succeeded, but obviously it didn't. But that stuff was going on in 2022, back when the team was 28 people and, quote, fully funded. 2026 is a different story. Now, Tencent funded the team until launch. That seems like a pretty simple sentence, doesn't it? But there's actually a lot inside it. Because are they funding it to the intended launch of the game when it's in a perfect state and ready to go? Or is it that the development team received a certain amount of money and they've now just had to ship the game whenever the money has ran out? That's the thing. Projects can be uncertain, things can be delayed. And
I think Tencent funded it because like if it's like a team of 100, like who has the resources to be able to fund that team's salaries? In my opinion, it's like, it cannot be just some random investor, random individual, or even a group of angel investors. It has to be someone massive. So Tencent fits the bill 100%.
often, if a game is failing at launch, it's often because it wasn't supposed to launch that way. It's rather that the budget ran out, and they basically had to ship whatever the hell they had. Highguard shipped. The alternative was probably going bust and having absolutely nothing to show for it. And that's the rough position that so many companies end up in. But of course, with the game being out, it would need to hit a certain revenue per month to actually pay the devs who are building it. They need to be bringing enough money in to actually start projecting their revenue, work out their cash flow, all the things that you need to do to support an ongoing live service. And those things obviously did not look good. That meant the leadership were faced with a choice. They could keep everyone on and work for as long as money lasts. Maybe that could have been weeks. Who knows? Maybe they could have hoped to turn it around. The other option is to radically downsize the team, because in doing that, whatever money they've got and whatever money they bring in will go far.
I don't agree with that. It's like, for me, it's like, how do I explain it? It's like, yeah, your cost is going to go down significantly, but you don't have enough, I think, to, make that of a big impact to radically change the perception and performance of the game. So you might as well just gut it. That's how I perceive it anyway, if this was me managing this thing.
Far longer, and obviously they chose the latter. But that does have consequences. The studio may exist for longer, but a game performing layoffs this close to launch, yes, it hurts the devs who have got to keep delivering the game, but it also shakes the confidence of players who don't want to invest into something that's basically obviously unstable. Now, evidently, there's some interest and projected revenue, enough to try and keep things going. It could be that they're not getting a lot of money, but maybe they think it's enough to keep on whatever team they've got. We just don't know yet because we don't have the hard numbers. But here's the thing. This is just one story, one example. It's an example of something that is going on absolutely everywhere in this industry. And a big reason is that the games market is completely different now to how it was whenever Highguard started development. Development of this game started in 2022. By launch, they had grown to about 100 developers. Now, even in an era where smaller teams...
I was thinking, like, how much did they spend? I remember it's like, I think 30 million. So it's a lot of money. It's no way it's just one person who put in that money. It had to be a corporation.
Teams are being pitched as the solution to everything. Well, that's not a lot of people for a live service game. Because to keep up pace with a live service game, you just do need a shitload of people. If you've ever wondered why live service games seem really slow to change in big, meaningful ways, it's essentially that reason. But unlike the AAA live services they'd be competing against, well, there's no publisher for Highguard. There's no other revenue stream to pick up the slack, and in 2026, clearly no funding partner to step in and take a punt on them. The new normal is fairly simple then. If a bet made in the post-pandemic era fails, the studio just dies. I mean, Highguard failing to sell passes and microtransactions already does basically mean that they're stuck, that they can't really make more money.
Yeah.
All they can do is save money.
Just kill
by
it.
Cutting
Just kill
away
the
their
project.
team.
You save more in that way.
Hoping they can make the line go up later. Now, you may be thinking, surely this wouldn't be a problem if the launch of your game correlated with you getting money, such as by charging for the game. You could look at Arc Raiders. That's a game that did that. Launched as a paid product. That would have
The game
helped
would
with
have
the
died
upfront
faster
money.
if they
It
charged
would have
money.
helped with buy-in because, funnily enough, people who have bought a game are people who are willing to hand over money.
But that's a good argument to make, though. What if, like, in the Game Awards, you know, Jeff really, pushed it to all the way up to almost 100K. What if, like, they managed to, what if the game was being sold for like $40? So would that have helped make the game more sustainable? That's actually a good way of thinking about it, because like it would have helped a lot more if, in terms of like, because of factoring in Game Awards, if they charged money to buy the game, since people were that was at the peak of the hype, and Jeff was pushing it really hard. So if they got that infusion of purchasing the game, maybe they would have made it work. But even then, they had to pivot. They have to do a lot of changes in the game for it to be sustainable. But maybe they would have lasted significantly longer if they, ironically, if they charged for this particular game. Yeah, maybe.
They'll actually convert better into ongoing payers. Well, as good as that may sound, they didn't have a big brand. They didn't have other revenue streams. They didn't have the big publisher backing that, say, Arc Raiders had with Nexon. And clearly, in terms of launch quality, they did not have what they would need to justify a price tag. So even if a price tag could have helped their immediate financial position, it wouldn't have worked. I think a big thing is, yes, if you put a price tag in your game and it launches with immediate, amazing product market fit, boom, you're minted. Helldivers, Arc Raiders. But if you launch with a price tag and you haven't achieved product market fit, you're just going to be immediately executed. Take a look at Concord. It's a perfect example of that. Now, we see other games like, say, Spectre Divide that have tried to come into this shooter space as a free-to-play and have not worked. We fundamentally haven't seen big sustained successes here. And in the previous video we did in Highguard, we talked about a bunch of other shooters, some of which are really, really good, that had came out and that people were completely unaware of. Now, when we take a look at the games that are more successful, like Marvel Rivals or Arena Breakout Infinite, slick title there, chaps, well, those are succeeding off the backs of humongous investments at a scale designed to peel players away from whatever their game of choice is. Now, there are niche titles like Supervive or Mecha Break that have got great reviews, but even their player counts are dwindling. Like everything else about Highguard, there is no one solution to suggest here, though I do have a few. And as leadership cuts this team down, the real takeaway is that even compared to a decade ago, second chances do not exist. Yep. And it's all contributed to something I see in the comments, something that I feel myself. Where the fuck's all this money going? Like, what is actually the deal? Why does the games industry look like this these days? Do you know what? I think I have a few answers. And I have to say thanks to Highguard because it helped me get to them. Okay, I've got a fundamental belief about games in this space. I think they are played a bit more like sports. So a League of Legends player could be playing League for like 10 years. And it doesn't matter to them that there isn't a humongous, fundamentally crazy new amount of content or a new amazing campaign to get immersed in. Because
as long as the game loop is really good, they're gonna stick around. That's another thing that these new at least these attempted new entries into the genre, it's gonna be hard. Let's say even if you convince a good amount of them to come try your game, if it's not better than the old game that they're playing, they're gonna quit eventually. They're gonna go back to the game that they played before. So I don't think live services, it's incredibly risky. Like if I want to invest in a live service game, it has to do something radically different, and I want it as lean as possible when it comes to the burn rate. That's how I would approach. Not trying to compete against giants. That's the fastest way to burn money.
Playing League like it's a sport. The same thing goes for Counter-Strike. Same thing went for Overwatch in some ways. It goes for other games like your Rainbow Six Sieges. Basically, those competitive kind of default multiplayer team shooter games. What I think has happened is our industry has looked at those games being successful and it's tried to fight for those players, right? So say Ubisoft trying to fight Call of Duty, trying to fight them for their own players. Now, I understand doing that. And if you're a big AAA, you have all the money in the earth, maybe you can actually pull that off. But for everyone else, it does seem a bit silly. It's like, a whole bunch of people play this ball game called football, which I know can mean several things depending on where you are in the world, but whatever. It's like seeing that and thinking, this is great market validation that people enjoy ball-based, team-based sports. Okay, we're going to design and launch one with a humongous team, and we're going to peel away fans of football to our new game. If I put it like that, it would seem absolutely preposterous, because these are games, but they're games that people play more like they're a sport, like they're that kind of default thing. So I think the games industry has spent inordinate amounts of money basically just trying to do that, trying to dethrone incumbents. But when I look at the games industry over the scale of decades, I think what you see is that that's the wrong thing to do. You don't try to kill the current incumbent by tweaking a few things and launching something of the same genre. You don't dethrone Coca-Cola by having a slightly different formulation of Coca-Cola. No, you get some sort of new drink, cool thing that the market hasn't seen that pulls people away from Coke.
Yeah, like I keep saying, it has to, for me, if you want nowadays, given how there's so many of these games already, MOBAs, FPS, Battle Royales, whatever is your favorite, it has to be a new genre already entirely if you want to actually thrive and sustain it for the foreseeable future. Like trying to get into existing spaces, for me it's a recipe for disaster.
Because your offering is new, genuinely different. I think that is why so many of these games have failed. Spectre Divide, Counter-Strike, but a bit different. Valorant, Counter-Strike, but a bit different. But with Riot money, Riot backing. The scale factors that an indie team like this one just obviously could not pull off. But even with that said, there is a new, modern thing to think about. And that is how immediate success is almost needed. You see, years ago, Fortnite and Rainbow Six Siege genuinely struggled with their launches, but they found their feet and they became industry giants. Basically, they had the funding they needed to grow through the rocky periods and to find product market fit whenever their game was there as a live thing. It literally took time. But in this case, that's obviously not possible. And we can think why it isn't possible. And there's a very obvious reason. They literally couldn't afford to do it. So we then need to ask ourselves, how could they have afforded to do it? And here's my contention. A bunch of developers with AAA skills, AAA, norms, because that is just where they worked, tried to dethrone AAA. Okay? Now they did that by making a game that looks and feels AAA, like the fidelity of the models, even some of the art style things. Yeah, it's trying to take on AAA by looking and feeling like a AAA. But the problem is, that's really goddamn hard and expensive to do. All of those models, all of those skins, that takes a lot of money and a lot of time. And the higher your fidelity is, generally speaking, the harder it is to iterate and iterate and iterate, which maybe means that the high guard that we got is just a bit of a plan that they felt locked into. Now, in another world where they chose an art style that wasn't as high fidelity, one where they didn't decide to be independently AAA, but rather decided to be an independent that can become AAA. Maybe if they more fully...
They should have started with a much smaller type of game. And then once that became successful, then maybe somewhere down the line, they have the necessary resources to sustain something that can potentially compete with AAA. They shouldn't have started out like this.
Embraced what being an independent studio means, especially financially, then they could have pulled it off. But equally, maybe it wasn't possible because of their funding. A lot of venture capital money is going into games in this period of time. Those types of VC bets are not designed for sustainable growth. They are designed for real big fucking humongous fast growth whenever the damn thing launches. And that would mean that they would probably only be able to get funding by saying, we're going to make a AAA looking game that can compete with AAAs, just that instead of all of the money going to our old friends at Electronic Arts, they'll be going to us and to you, Mr. Venture Backer. And by the way, as people who have ran big AAA live service games, here's how the finances of them work. Look at this, isn't it fantastic? Perhaps you can see how the funding model of games fundamentally defines what those games can be. And that perhaps is one of the reasons why this whole post-pandemic boom type of just wave of games has felt the way that it has. And now what will happen is those laid off devs will either decide to go back into AAA, where it'll be extremely hard to get a job, and where they will be getting a job, at the big behemoth that they wanted to leave, right? Not wanting to be under the yoke of one of those megacorps. And yes, it is the case that Wildlight was never some tiny little self-funded indie. Absolutely. But even though they'll have got funding from a bunch of those external partners, the company still is responsible for itself, right? It still is certainly a lot more independent than if you were working in a studio that was wholly owned by a big AAA publisher. So they'll either have to go back to that, or just, go to a different industry, which probably won't be good. Those people are certainly capable of fantastic things, just in another environment. Look at, say, Expedition 33. For all the grief that people give Ubisoft, well, Expedition 33 is a bunch of Ubisoft people and a bunch of people for whom it was their first job in the industry. And I think
that's the thing with you can say that it's not really 30 or 40 plus. I think it's 30. It wasn't legit a 30 plus dev team. It was actually hundreds if you count the people that they outsourced. But still, they managed to keep their cost, realistic, even though it's not necessarily small indie team. You could say maybe medium. They were able to properly allocate the funds that they had. If they needed to outsource, and they outsource, not hire a full-on 100+ team to just so that they can go all in to go against AAA, which they didn't. They should have carved out their own, carved out their own niche to us, maybe to a smaller market at first, and then once that one becomes profitable, then you go for bigger projects like what Sandfall is doing right now. So chances are their next game is going to be more, in a blockbuster perspective, much more. The production values will be much higher, and that's how they should have done it. Not go against the giants right away. So yeah, but this is how the unfortunate ending will be.
that shows that whenever the kind of working conditions, the scope, the budget, and all those things are well aligned for a game, people really can cook and do their best work. In this situation, they just weren't able to cook for long enough because of the type of game they were trying to make. Let's just take on EA and all the live service things. Yeah. Pretty hard, right? But what's also hard? Having general broad spectrum trust in the world and in things.
Right. So shout out again to Belly. And yeah. Okay. So I think, everything that needed to be said. Okay. I'm hoping this is the last time I need to talk about Tigard. I don't want any more stuff next week about them. It's pretty much a closed story. I think everything we wanted to know about them, it's gone to light already. It's only a matter of time until they inevitably shut down. So before I'm gonna sign off with some good news, at least like what I did. So the good stuff for me that happened last week is Square Enix was implying that the Nier series is going to continue, or at least I hope so. I hope this is not just like, oh, we hit a new milestone for the series. So with the way they phrase this, to be continued, I do hope they're going to announce a sequel soon. So fingers crossed. I'll end the stream with this trailer. So is it that long? Was it that long? Okay, well, whatever. Okay, I'll wrap it up here with this final trailer. Let's go. Is there captions? I haven't seen this entire thing. I just saw like is there no captions on English? Let me see. Oh, it's only in Japanese. Wait, let me try to look. Let me try to look. Okay. Wait, is there like an English version of this? No, it's only in Japanese. It's only Japanese. Okay. Is there a translator? Or is there a shorter version of this? Yeah, I don't want to play a trailer where nobody can understand it. No, okay. I didn't know it was this long. My bad. Okay, yeah. No, I don't want to play it anymore. All right. So I'll call it here for today. All right. So hopefully Phil will be back by next week. It depends. He has a lot going on. He's really busy. So maybe he should have time next week. Hopefully, unless something comes up again. So yeah, that's about it. So I keep saying that I might not make it for 4 hours, but I almost all the time. I think all the time that I do, even though I'm by myself. So yeah, so I meant to release the Dragon Quest video tomorrow, but yeah, I wasn't looking at the scheduler carefully, so I ended up releasing it today. So yeah, you guys can watch that if you feel like Dragon Quest 7 is for you. So I have that on, at least for the time being. So next up for me is Tales of Berseria, which comes out on the 27th, which is on the same day as Resident Evil 9. So that's my next project on my end. So yeah, our channels are down below in the descriptions, mine and Phil's. So yeah. Phil 2 weeks ago, Bear White. This week, Dylan, Dylan Mulvaney. Or so reliable source tell me. Yeah, let's ask him about it next week. Hopefully he'll be back next week because yeah, he had some stuff to do, so I had to take over again by myself. So yeah, yeah, I might do some Crimson Desert since that's what won in the poll by dominated Monster Hunter Stories 3. But I'm not sure. I'll focus on Tales of Berseria first. And was fun lurking, listening in. Have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. So thank you guys so much for sticking around until the end. So yeah, thank you, Rainier, for the 2. Wait, okay, let me turn that off. Rainier for the 2, Hollow Ninja, and Mitchell Fields. So thank you guys so much for the super chats. And yeah, I'll wrap it up here. Yeah, I didn't think I would exceed 4 hours, honestly. It's because of the videos. They were a lot long. They were really long. So yeah, more stuff to come next week. So thank you for another 5, Mitchell Fields. Yeah. Thank you so much. So yeah, good night, everyone. So yeah, I'm really thinking hard if I should start getting into commentary so that I make more videos so that I can do this on a full-time basis faster. But yeah, it's the stubbornness in me that I like to make videos good, but also I need to come to terms with having to make regular content as well. So if I ever aspire to want to do this full time. But anyway, that's just me talking in my head. Anyway, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys. I don't think anyone's online right now. Is there anyone online? Dermy or this could wait. Let me check. Dermy Wormy could be out, or oh, he's still on. Let me try. I'll raid you guys to Dermy Wormy. Let me open the live stream. Where is it? I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting how to do the redirect. Okay, how to do redirect? Content live tab. Yeah. Customizing. Oh, customization. Okay, wait. Then where is it? There we go. Okay, I see it. Yeah, okay. Give the project Eggroll regards to Wormy, and I'll send you guys there right now. All right, okay. You guys should be sent to Dermy Wormy when this ends. Okay, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys again next week. Hopefully with Phil back. Bye.